Chapter 985. A warship research facility was temporarily set up in the White Deer Manor. Qi Yanran didn't live in the White Deer Manor, but she came here more often. Not only that, he would often work in the White Deer Manor until late into the night before returning home. Sometimes he would even spend the night in the manor. Song Jiu also came here often and secretly sent a weapon research master to participate in the research. On the other side, the people from the Purple Xian Pavilion had also completely controlled Zhang Yishang and Zhang Feng. However, they still needed some time to stabilize the control of the incantation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The research facility already had some preliminary result. Li Zhongjiu had been cultivating obediently these days and didn't go out to cause trouble. However, the Sacred Flame Royal City was a little lively recently. It was time for the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to recruit students. In the past, the recruitment of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was a big event. However, it was a little different this year. First of all, the Longevity Pavilion bought a manor in the Sacred Flame Royal City and opened a branch academy. Similarly, they also recruited students. This was something that had never happened before. Logically speaking, a transcendent sect like the Longevity Pavilion generally didn't care about these resources. However, they jumped out now, which showed that they were starting to panic. Ever since the Heavenly Pill Pavilion took out the results last time, they were already in a strong state and were ready to go. Many rich people also started to cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Moreover, they gave great support to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There were also some alchemy enthusiasts who chose to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The requirements to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion weren't high yet. As long as you could pass the first-grade alchemist examination, you were qualified to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, in the future, this matter was uncertain. Some people who were extremely sharp also chose to join one after another. Now, they could also enjoy certain benefits. Moreover, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was now rich and overbearing. They gave every alchemist a different standard of free medicinal herbs for a month. As long as they needed it, they could go to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to get the medicinal herbs for that month. There were also some subsidies of gold yuan. After all, there were some people who went bankrupt in order to concoct pills. Of course, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had to support such people and promote them well. Even some people who were not interested in concocting pills came to try their luck. In order to make a name for themselves and truly expand their influence, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would even look for an alchemist from a poor family every month to fully support them. This gave many people a feeling. As long as you like to refine pills, as long as you know how to refine pills, you don't need to worry about anything else. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion will take care of everything for you. Li Zhongjiu, as the senior brother of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, what's wrong with standing up for yourself? Let me tell you, you haven't graduated yet. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair said in front of Li Zhongjiu. Looking at her posture, if Li Zhongjiu refused to go with her, she would definitely not let him go. You're just going to sit around at the registration area and expand your influence. Now that the people from the Longevity Pavilion have come out, can you bear to watch? Let me ask you, can you bear to watch? They're really too arrogant. Li Zhongjiu flipped through a book in his hand. Recently, Li Zhongjiu had been looking for some information about the Sacred Martial Realm. In the past, Li Zhongjiu had a relatively good understanding of the Sacred Martial Continent. However, he knew little about the Sacred Martial Realm. After all, it wasn't easy to cross the wilderness. However, the remnant soul of the Sage Realm expert in the Azura Cauldron made Li Zhongjiu understand that the Sacred Martial Continent was just a small place. In the Sacred Martial Realm, even Sage Realm experts had to flee for their lives. Therefore, in order to avoid encountering some things in the Sacred Martial Realm in the future, reaching the Supremacy Realm was just the beginning. There were far more powerful existences. Li Zhongjiu wanted to make preparations in advance and obtain more information. Why do you have to look for me for this kind of thing? Why don't you just ask Kuan Erasure to go? Li Zhongjiu was being pestered to death by Ling Yan. He wanted Li Zhongjiu to appear for a moment. At least, he wanted others to know that Li Zhongjiu was not only an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, but also a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He came out of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Although Li Zhongjiu had never attended a class in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he had always escaped whenever he could. Kuan Erasure, that brat isn't famous enough. Who in the alchemy world doesn't know your name, Li Zhongjiu? Let me tell you, that guy from the Longevity Pavilion is really arrogant. He actually set up a great array in the Southern City Plaza, saying that anyone who can withstand his attack for a minute will be qualified to cultivate in the Longevity Pavilion. Brother from the Southern City, they're clearly targeting our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. They're here to snatch people. Ling Yan was impatient. He was also incomparably angry at the actions of those from the Longevity Pavilion. They were too arrogant, but there was no other way. After all, they had contracted the entire arena. Moreover, for this year's enrollment, all the academies were gathered in the recruitment plaza. The Snowy Origin was also a fair competition, with on-site registration and on-site assessment. How about this? I'll send someone to help you kill them. This way they won't be able to recruit people, Li Zhongjiu said. He was the dignified evil lord, Li Zhongjiu. How could he become a signboard and show his face? Such an action was too degrading. Li Zhongjiu couldn't do it. Recently, Qi Yanran seemed to have been summoned back by the Four Seas Medicine Manor. After all, the Four Seas Medicine Manor could be considered as Qi Yanran's alma mater. Summoning Qi Yanran back would allow them to recruit more talents when school started. In short, based on the current situation, this year's enrollment was extremely fierce. As for what kind of people they could recruit, that was secondary. The most important thing was that the number of people registered in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor couldn't be less. If there were less, how could they explain it? How could they face others? Would they still want their face? What's the use of this? Unless you annihilate the entire Longevity Pavilion, Ling Yan said. That won't do. It's not enough. Let me tell you, a new pill palace has been established recently. They're also snatching people from us. You should annihilate them too. Their name seems to be even more arrogant. What's it called? Azure Sea Academy, Ling Yan said. This Azure Sea Academy had both elemental energy teaching and alchemy teaching. Obviously, this method was very unusual. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain these two teaching qualifications. Azure Sea Academy? When Li Zhongjiu heard this name, he was stunned for a moment. Yes. Don't you think they're very arrogant? If my Heavenly Star Medicine Manor doesn't show its might, these people really think that they're going to ascend to the heavens. Ling Yan said fiercely. You're an academy. There are so many good places in the world, but you chose to come to Sacred Flame Royal City. Wouldn't that increase the pressure on the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor? The Azure Sea Academy has been established so quickly? Shouldn't it be 10 years later? Li Zhongjiu frowned. If he didn't remember wrongly, the Azure Sea Academy would appear about 10 years later in his previous life. In just 2 years, it had become an existence that could compete with the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and Imperial Martial Manor. They were ranked as the 3 great academies. However, anyone could see that the Azure Sea Academy was able to fight 1 against 2. This was absolute strength. Chapter 986. Later on, when the reputation of the Azure Ocean Academy spread, it also cultivated many outstanding talents. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu only knew that behind the Azure Ocean Academy, there was an ancient sect. Even the strength of an ancient sect was not simple. It even had a good relationship with the sect behind the Xingyan dynasty. They had only been in seclusion for many years, so it was normal for them to want to appear and make a comeback. However, after the emergence of the Azure Ocean Academy, This meant that in the future, the strength of the Xingyan dynasty would increase by leaps and bounds. Many hidden experts would also appear, and with the appearance of some geniuses, it would form a phenomenon of a blowout. Those who appeared would be true experts and geniuses. I'm not free today. I need to refine a medicinal ingredient. I'll go with you tomorrow, Li Zhongjiu said. There were many ways to refine pills. In the past, Li Zhongjiu was refining pills alone. However, now that Li Zhongjiu was refining these pills, there were many disciples of the Li family under him. He just needed to distribute some medicinal ingredients and let them refine them. In the end, Li Zhongjiu only needed to gather these medicinal liquids, and it would be easier and faster for him to refine some pills. Okay, no problem. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Don't forget, the southern square is now divided into the enrollment square. All the academies are recruiting students there. Hearing Li Zhongjiu agree, Ling Yan was naturally very happy. Now, Ling Yan was in charge of more important matters, and almost all of his efforts were invested in the business of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Although the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had a good cooperation with the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, one was an institution of the dynasty, while the other was an institution. They did not participate in any disputes of interest in the Jianghu. Therefore, when 100 flowers bloomed, they were naturally the happiest. Of course, they would not help or attack either side. Of course, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was happy to see competition in the alchemy industry. If they were to be monopolized by one party, they would definitely go downhill over time. Only through intense competition could the industry be guaranteed to progress. Thus, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion did not say anything about the Longevity Pavilion's provocation. Instead, they were waiting to watch a good show. The next day, City South Square. It could be said that the number of future students today was the highest. The entire square was filled with people. Some people were holding registration forms in their hands as they lined up in a long line. A student could only apply for 3 academies. If they didn't pass any of the 3 academies, they could only return home. As such, some people came to take a gamble. Basically, they would choose between the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Of course, the appearance of the Longevity Pavilion and the Azure Ocean Academy gave these students more options to consider. Some of them even wanted to try their luck. After all, the strength of the Longevity Pavilion seemed to be quite good. After all, it was a hidden super sect. If they graduated from the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, they might have to find a job for themselves. However, in this sect, the benefits would allow them to cultivate until they were old. In comparison, more people were more interested in the Longevity Pavilion. After all, the requirements of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor were too high and too strict. It was very likely that they would be cannon fodder. Furthermore, it seemed that the person in charge of the recruitment this time around hated the Longevity Pavilion to the core. Anyone who filled in the Longevity Pavilion's registration form was basically eliminated. In other words, you could only choose between the Longevity Pavilion and the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. If you registered for the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and were eliminated, then you could participate in the selection of the Longevity Pavilion. More often than not, the Longevity Pavilion would not accept you. In any case, the 2 academies were facing each other head-on. The Longevity Pavilion came to the Xingyan dynasty to recruit students and directly established the Longevity Medicine Manor. They established the Longevity Medicine Manor in the Sacred Flame Royal City. It was indeed understandable. The Longevity Pavilion came for the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. The competition between the 2 kings was naturally extremely intense. Both the open and covert confrontations were even more frightening. Will Li Zhongjiu really come today? In the recruitment courtyard of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, a few senior and junior sisters who were in charge of some matters were chatting with each other. Yesterday, when Instructor Ling Yan came back, her face was full of arrogance, and I heard that she went there and said some harsh words. It should be true. Speaking of which, I haven't seen this Li Zongjiu before. I heard that he's very powerful. He stirred up trouble in the city and killed many people. A few girls were chattering away. Just as they were chatting, Ling Yan also walked out with an arrogant face. Go and open the door. I've already asked someone to call Li Zongjiu over. The two of you, go to the arena and see if the Longevity Pavilion's flag is still there. If it's still there, pull it out. Ling Yan said. Instructor, if you pull out the flag, it means that you have to challenge them. Yes, instructor. Think twice before you do it. This is not a joke. The other party will definitely put the flag back at all costs. What a joke. Such a big arena, only their flag is allowed? What qualifications do they have to put up an arena? Don't worry. When Li Zongjiu comes, he will definitely beat them all down, Ling Yan said with a cold smile. When they went yesterday, Ling Yan said that he would only let Li Zongjiu walk around here and show his face. This way, everyone would know that Li Zongjiu was here. After all, this was the celebrity effect. When they saw him, those young people would definitely rush in excitedly. This kind of thing was common. But how could Ling Yan let Li Zongjiu be so relaxed? Of course, he had to find something for this guy to do. As for the person who set up the arena, it seemed that the person in charge was an elder-level expert. He was at least a 5th-grade alchemist, or maybe even stronger. After all, he was so young. If the disciples of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor went up, they would definitely lose. Even if Ling Yan rushed up, he might not have an absolute chance of winning. Moreover, Ling Yan was an instructor. If he took the initiative to rush up, it would really be considered as a provocation. The two sides might become extremely fierce. However, Li Zongjiu's actions were different. One must know that Li Zongjiu was only a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. This year, he was only a second-year student. Li Zongjiu's strength was stronger than Ling Yan. If he went up and defeated the opponent's elder, would these people be willing to give up the Longevity Pavilion or the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor? When the time comes, Ling Yan would announce that he would expand the enrollment quota and ensure that the entrance of the Longevity Pavilion would be clean, causing trouble in front of her Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Didn't they see who was in charge now? This was Ling Yan's idea. His heart was even more delighted. Those few girls listened, and in order to boost their courage, they grabbed a few boys and went together. One of them was called Mu Qin Yun. Chapter 987. White Deer Manor. Early in the morning, a girl with a long ponytail came. Compared to a year ago, she looked more mature. You must be Miss Gongjiu from Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Please come in. Lu Pei came to welcome her. Gongjiu walked in curiously. Looking at the White Deer Manor, Gongjiu's life was not as rich and exciting as Li Zongjiu's. As a second-year student, Gongjiu also needed to put her energy into cultivation. That was why she was able to advance smoothly. After she advanced, she also needed to work harder to graduate successfully. During the holidays, she would also return to the family for a few days. At the same time, Gongjiu also chose to come and help with the enrollment for credit. After all, there were only so many students in Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. The enrollment was more troublesome, so they naturally needed the help of these people. Compared to other schools, the number of students in Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was indeed too small. My name is Lu Pei. I'm a guard in this manor. Young master is still refining pills. Miss Gongjiu, please wait here for a moment, Lu Pei said. After half retiring from the city guard army to come here, his strength alone had increased by an unknown number of realms. Therefore, the change in strength was quite terrifying. Letting Lu Pei stay in White Deer Manor was also very comfortable and carefree. Even if these trivial matters needed Lu Pei to deal with, he was willing to do it. No matter where you are, you won't be able to get such a big improvement. Moreover, when Xiao Zhao went out to do things, Lu Pei needed to accompany and protect him. However, there were fewer people in the city who didn't know what was good for them. After Li Zhongjiu crippled the Gu family, the people in the city understood the strength of White Deer Manor. Even if there were some conflicts in the negotiations, they wouldn't use too much violence to resolve them. Because there were a few times, White Deer Manor inadvertently showed the existence of the primitive emperor-level soul beast in the back mountain. And there was more than one. This was the most shocking thing. It made people feel extremely shocked about the strength of White Deer Manor. Therefore, even if they couldn't cooperate, at least the relationship between them wouldn't be too unpleasant. They would always leave some leeway. After all, they would meet in the future, and who knew when they would meet again. Gongju didn't even have time to ask for someone to summon her before she was invited in. Moreover, she knew her name so accurately, which made Gongju extremely surprised. Sitting in the hall, drinking a cup of tea, Lu Pei also went to report to Li Zhongjiu. Since Gongju had nothing to do, he wandered around the hall, admiring the antique wares placed on the counter. 9 dragons jade? My God, didn't this thing go missing 500 years ago? It actually appeared here. Gongju's family had a connection with these antiques. Therefore, in Gongju's eyes, these antiques were very good. He could tell whether these antiques were authentic or not with just a glance. The 9-dragon wall jade carving in front of him was a stunning masterpiece of a master sculptor from 500 years ago. Later on, it was lost after a few hands. He didn't expect to see it again here. Do you like these things? Gongju was carefully observing and admiring the antiques in front of him. Li Zhongjiu's voice came from behind. Ah, when did you come? Gongju was a little flustered, like a child who was caught doing something naughty. I just arrived. What's the use of these things? Li Zhongjiu stared at the 9 dragons jade carving for a long time, but couldn't see anything special about it. These broken things could easily be sold at a sky-high price. How could people accept this? Some of these things were even more valuable than one's life. It was simply unbelievable. These things alone are useless. Take the 9 dragons jade carving for example. If you can gather a complete set of it, you will be able to understand the power of the master. Gongju explained. This should be the 7th piece. There are a total of 9 pieces. My family has 7 of them. The 7th piece, the 9 dragons jade carving, and the 9th piece, the flying immortal broken jade, are still missing. I didn't expect you to have one here. After saying that, Gongju looked at Li Zhongjiu. So magical? Li Zhongjiu had never been involved in this industry before. Now that he heard that there was such a relationship, he was slightly surprised. These people were really too free to do anything if they had to gather a set to be effective. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't care about collecting these things. So what if the master was a master? He was just a slightly more powerful spiritual master. Not to mention that he was already dead. Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to do anything in front of Li Zhongjiu. In fact, it's just a gimmick of the master sculptors. However, if you want to sell your 9 dragons jade carving, you can consider selling it to me first. I'll give you a high price, Gongju said with a smile. Then you can just take it. It's just a decoration. Li Zhongjiu took the 9 dragons jade carving and threw it to Gongju. This scared Gongju so much that he quickly reached out to catch it. If it fell to the ground, it would break into pieces. If this thing was broken, there would be no more of it. This won't do. It's too valuable. When Gongju caught the 9 dragons jade carving, he felt that his heart was about to jump out. How could this guy be so rude? It's too dangerous. However, how could he just take away such a valuable thing? This was an out-of-print ancient carving. 500 years ago wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. Especially when it came from a master sculptor. Take it. Take me to the recruitment square. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and said, How much could this broken thing be worth? That won't do. I'll buy it for you at the market price. I only have this much money. I'll give it to you first. As for the rest, I'll go back to my family and get it, Gong Jiu said stubbornly. Then, he handed a small pouch to Li Zongjiu. This was a Qiankuan pouch. There was a small space inside. It wasn't big, but it was enough to store some gold yuan and purple yuan. Li Zongjiu didn't think much and took the Qiankuan pouch. How much can this be sold for? As he spoke, Li Zongjiu opened it and took a look. He was dazzled by the number of purple yuan in the Qiankuan pouch. Fuck, so much. He scanned it with his mental strength. 96 million purple yuan coins. Do you usually bring so much money to school? Li Zongjiu looked at Gong Jiu in shock. More than 90 million purple yuan was more than the price of a 5th-grade elixir. If a 6th-grade elixir was auctioned, it would be about the same price. I usually bring a certain amount of money with me. I'll buy and sell some antiques to earn some pocket money. These are all earned by me. But the final appraisal of your 9-dragon jade should be about 300 million purple yuan. I'll pay you 270 million purple yuan according to the market price and deduct the appraisal fee. Gong Jiu said. The appraisal fee was 10% of the total price. He couldn't refuse it. Appraisers like them had to rely on this method to survive. As long as this item was appraised by him, after the transaction, they would have to pay. Some of the more overbearing ones would directly ask for a fee during the appraisal. Fuck, these things are so valuable? Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. If you want to find these antiques, it's easy. In the past, Li Zongjiu had killed and fled all the way. He relied on these ancient tombs to make a fortune. However, back then, Li Zongjiu had only collected some cultivation methods and secret manuals from the tomb. As for the antiques and other things, they were all crushed by his foot. He didn't know that these things were so valuable. Of course, the craftsmanship can't be copied. Moreover, there's the insight of a mental strength master. If you can collect a complete set, the price will be immeasurable. Chapter 988. Li Zongjiu didn't know much about antiques, but it didn't matter. When the time came, he would let Xiao Zhao do some research. Perhaps there would be some benefit. When he was really out of money, or when he suddenly couldn't afford it, he would use these things to exchange for money. For Li Zongjiu, it was also a method. Gong Jiu had been one of the people who had been in charge of Li Zongjiu's exam back then. He had never imagined that Li Zongjiu, who he had been watching back then, would become the poster boy of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor in the blink of an eye. This made Gong Jiu's heart filled with emotions. At the same time, Gong Jiu also knew that the distance between him and Li Zongjiu could be said to be very far. Just based on the current situation, he already knew that this Li Zongjiu's future was limitless. Even now, he already had a feeling of soaring to the sky. He was afraid that Li Zongjiu would definitely have a place in the top 10 figures of the Xingyan dynasty this year. The two of them came to the recruitment square together. However, they realized that there weren't many people in the recruitment square of Tianshan Medicine Manor. There was only a little junior sister who stayed behind to guard. Where are the others? Gong Jiu walked in and asked. Senior sister, just now, Teacher Ling Yan asked a few seniors to go and get the flag together. Later on, they seemed to be fighting. Then, Teacher Ling Yan angrily brought people and rushed out. It seemed like she wanted to take revenge. That junior sister was also quite frightened by the scene just now. She knew that Ling Yan's personality was incomparably fiery, but she didn't expect that when she was angry, it would be so terrifying. And just now, in Ling Yan's eyes, it seemed like she was going to spit out flames that could eat people. After Ling Yan killed her way out, there was naturally no one in the recruitment square. And it was said that the examinees who came to register were all rushing towards the arena. It became an extremely lively scene. This, Gong Jiu was also dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? Li Zongjiu felt that it was normal. With Ling Yan's temper, how long could she hold it in? She would explode at any moment, catching people off guard. Such an outcome was also very normal. Let's go and take a look. Since he was already here, of course he had to go and take a look. If Ling Yan won the fight with others, it would be fine. If he lost, then the problem would be serious. Let's go, let's go. Gong Jiu also hurriedly lifted her skirt and rushed in that direction. When they arrived at the arena, they could already see the black mass of people surging in front of them. Moreover, there were people calling their friends over to watch the show. Quick, go and take a look. There seems to be a fight over there. Oh my God! This is so exciting. I heard that the Longevity Pavilion and the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor are fighting. Really? Then I'll have to take a good look. Immediately, these people rushed out one after another. The people in front of them had already blocked the road. Li Zongjiu and Gong Jiu also used their hidden strength to push the people around them away. Hey, who is it? So unreasonable. Why are you pushing? Can't you see that there are so many people in front of us? There was a brat who seemed to have a bad temper. He even glared at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not say anything and directly threw him out. Then, under the astonished gazes of Gong Jiu and the others, he calmly continued to squeeze forward. This was the advantage of being strong. I'm rude and unreasonable. What can you do? In the arena, Ling Yan and the people from the Longevity Pavilion were in a confrontation. Behind the arena was the battle flag of the Longevity Pavilion. Whoever pulled out the battle flag of the Longevity Pavilion meant that they were here to cause trouble. When Mu Qingyun and the others came in the morning, they were ready to cause trouble. However, before they could pull out the battle flag, they were directly humiliated by the people from the Longevity Pavilion. Then, there was a competition. The main thing was that the other party actually attacked, sneakily attacking Mu Qingyun and humiliating her in front of everyone. Even with Mu Qingyun's character, she could not stand the provocation of the other party and jumped up to fight with them. The other party relied on their numbers and shamelessly said that this was the cultivation flame array of the sect. No matter how many people there were, their array would always be a 5-man array. Speaking of which, it was extremely shocking. To think that they could be so shameless. You juniors are not qualified to fight with me. Get out of my way. Ling Yan looked at the crowd before him coldly. There were 5 disciples from the Longevity Pavilion blocking the front. They seemed to be in a stalemate with Ling Yan and the others. The other party's strength was indeed not bad. Otherwise, Mu Qingyun would not have lost so badly. Teacher, if you are interested in challenging the cultivation flame array of our Longevity Pavilion, you can give it a try. If the few behind you are interested, you can come at me together. The man who was the leader of the Longevity Pavilion looked refined and polite. When he spoke, he was filled with pride. He did not put the people from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor in his eyes. One must know that they were facing a group of teachers and students from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. To think that they would dare to ask them to come at them together. If the few of you can break through our cultivation flame array, you will naturally be able to meet with our elders. Nonsense. The 5 of you just beat up our senior brother Mu. Bullying us with numbers? Don't you have any shame? One of the young ladies looked on and shouted out. Since there were so many people behind her and teacher Ling Yan was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. It's simple if you want to take down our battle flag. You just have to break the array. If this female teacher can't do it, we can wait. The disciples of the Longevity Pavilion were clearly very confident in themselves. The reputation of the Everlasting Pavilion was not just for show. Although these 5 disciples were disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion, they were all core disciples. In the future, important positions in the Everlasting Pavilion would be given to them. They would be the future leaders of the Everlasting Pavilion. The strength of these people was already above average in the sect. In fact, some of the elders of the sect might not even be a match for them. If they were placed in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, they would be at least 5 experts of the same level as Ling Yan. Among the teachers, they would be ranked at the top. Naturally, Ling Yan knew that these people were not weak. But if they were to fight, he would not be afraid. However, the seniority did not matter. Even if he won, it was only right to win against these juniors. If he were to accidentally reveal any signs of defeat, it would be the talk of the town. He might even become the talk of the town. It might even have a great impact on the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Just the 5 of you? I can give you some time. Go and call for more people. If you can't do it, you can call your sect master. A voice rang out. When they heard the owner of the voice and what he said, everyone was shocked. Not only did he provoke the disciples of the Longevity Pavilion, he even dared to shamelessly ask them to find the sect master of the Longevity Pavilion. He was simply too arrogant. He was simply too lawless. Hearing this, Ling Yan knew that Li Zongjiu had arrived. Although Ling Yan knew that Li Zongjiu was here, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. After all, this Li Zongjiu was simply too arrogant. However, Ling Yan did not expect this Li Zongjiu to be so arrogant. He directly challenged the sect master. Even Ling Yan felt that Li Zongjiu was a little too much. Gong Jiu came with Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu went up the stage first. When he heard Li Zongjiu's words, Gong Jiu almost fell off the stage. He actually dared to say such words. As expected of the arrogant Li Zongjiu, the expressions of the 5 people on the opposite side immediately changed. Just a moment ago, they were smiling calmly. In the blink of an eye, they gave off a gloomy feeling. Li Zongjiu was simply courting death. Arrogant. You think you're worthy of our sect master? Even if you ask your father, it's impossible. A man standing at the back said coldly. These words were said without hesitation. He wanted to teach this Li Zongjiu a lesson. At the very least, he had to refute these words. When the leader heard the words of the person behind him and saw Li Zongjiu's expression change slightly, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Be careful. This warning was said subconsciously. However, by the time he said it, it was already too late. The person who spoke just now had already fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands in the blink of an eye. Li Zongjiu directly slapped his opponent's face twice. Then, he kicked the latter in the stomach and kicked him out of the ring. Chapter 989. In front of everyone, he directly kicked this person out of the arena. Even the people from the Chongqing Pavilion did not react in time. You're courting death. The young man who led the group was furious. The other party had actually gone to such an extent, beating them up without saying a word. He was simply looking down on them, and looking down on the Chongqing Pavilion. Boom! The other 4 people burst out with ferocious flames. The moment the flames surged out, a wave of fluctuation immediately spread out. The 4 of them attacked with great rapport, releasing their own spiritual flames almost at the same time. When the flames of the 4 people intertwined, it immediately created a terrifying commotion. Ling Yan and the others saw it, but Ling Yan was not worried at all. Instead, he pushed the people from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to the back to avoid being hit by the flying limbs. That would not be good. Everyone, stay away. If the blood splashes on your body, it won't be easy to wash it off. Just as expected. Even though those fellows were the future leaders of the Longevity Pavilion and would be heavily nurtured, in the face of Li Zongjiu, all of them combined were incapable of fighting back. Bang! Bang! 3 men and 1 woman. There was no difference. They were all sent flying by Li Zongjiu's kick. All of them fell to the ground. As for their refining flame array, they did not even have the chance to condense it. The stage was cleared in an instant. The one who attacked was only an ordinary-looking young man. Fuck, who is this guy? He's too fierce. Isn't he that guy? I've seen him before. I saw him last time too. Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He's Li Zongjiu. I heard that during the 3 Dynasties Elixir Conference, the one who suppressed the geniuses from the other 2 dynasties was Li Zongjiu. I heard that he even killed them in an instant. Fuck, he's so fucking awesome. He killed those people from the Chongqing Pavilion in an instant. I heard that they've been here for a long time. They're so arrogant and look down on others. All of them are extremely arrogant. Some young onlookers saw Li Zongjiu's natural and unrestrained posture. Although he wasn't handsome, his skills were good enough. It was hard to believe that he could directly knock down someone. One by one, legends about Li Zongjiu began to spread. I didn't expect that the Honorable Honorary Elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would interfere in the competition between the academies and even seriously injure a few juniors. How impressive! Gong Jiu and the others immediately felt an extremely powerful pressure condensing on the stage. The appearance of this power immediately caused their faces to change. The elders of the Longevity Pavilion must have made their move. Looking at Ling Yan, he was still full of confidence. With Li Zongjiu's temper, no matter how many people came, they would only be beaten up. Anyway, the person was beaten up by Li Zongjiu. It had nothing to do with her, Ling Yan. As soon as her voice fell, an aura of anger confronted the sky. Another figure appeared on the stage. This person looked old, but there was a dense aura lingering around his body. He was in a sage-like state. With a flip of his sleeves, there was an air of arrogance lingering around him. However, his face was obviously full of anger. Just now, Li Zongjiu had directly defeated a disciple from the Longevity Pavilion without showing any mercy. Even if the elder of the Longevity Pavilion wanted to keep a low profile, it would be impossible for him to do so. If they didn't teach Li Zongjiu a lesson, then the Longevity Pavilion would have the face to continue staying here. Therefore, the elder who had been watching from the side couldn't stand it anymore. If they didn't show up to shake up the situation, the Longevity Pavilion would have no way to go in the future. However, if you showed up and saved the situation, why did you have to bring Li Zongjiu along? You even came to provoke Li Zongjiu. I, Li Zongjiu, am mighty in this city. What can you do? Li Zongjiu spread his hands. Everyone present was shocked by Li Zongjiu's calm words. They were all stunned on the spot. Their mouths were agape as they stared at Li Zongjiu in front of them. This kid is starting to get arrogant. Ling Yan retreated to the side with her people and watched as Li Zongjiu confronted the elder of the Longevity Pavilion. I am the elder of the Ingate of the Longevity Pavilion's Elder Hall, Lu Sunji. Elderly, since you are the honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, you have taught a few juniors a lesson today. However, what did the juniors of the Longevity Pavilion do wrong? Lu Sunji said calmly. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. If Li Zongjiu couldn't give a reason, this matter would not be settled so easily. Can't I teach them a lesson if they didn't do anything wrong? Li Zongjiu shot a glance at Lu Sunji, then glanced at the battle flag on the stage behind him. With a wave of his hand, he sent the battle flag flying. When Ling Yan saw this, he gave a signal to the disciple beside him. That disciple also threw the battle flag in his hand towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu naturally placed the battle flag on the stage. As for the battle flag of the Longevity Pavilion, Lu Sunji caught it. Since you are in someone else's territory, you must abide by the rules. The Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor is now recruiting. Anyone who wants to come can sign up. Li Zongjiu raised his arm and shouted. He actually advertised in such a grand occasion. Lu Sunji didn't confront him. Instead, he turned around and left angrily. Before he left, he didn't say anything harsh. After all, the Longevity Pavilion was an alchemy sect. However, they would definitely get back at him today. It was just that Lu Sunji didn't have the confidence to win against Li Zongjiu. If even he lost, it would be a true loss of face. Things had changed too quickly. The Longevity Pavilion had always looked very powerful. However, when they met a real expert, when they met Li Zongjiu, they became so terrified. It was hard to believe that this was the case. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu's appearance was too strong. If Elder Lu had wanted to make a move, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have shown any mercy. After Li Zhongjiu took control of the situation, Ling Yan quickly sent people to distribute the registration form. At the same time, he also attached the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's advertisement. Today was different from the past. In the current environment of alchemy, if one didn't work hard, it would be easy to be overshadowed by others. In that case, the future of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor wouldn't be easy. Ling Yan was aware of this point, so in these confrontations, he would never give in. Well done. I'll treat you to red braised meat later. Ling Yan nudged Li Zhongjiu with his shoulder. Obviously, he wanted to give Li Zhongjiu an extra drumstick. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, looked helpless. You called me here just to deal with these three-legged cats? I'm very busy. It was rare for Li Zhongjiu to make a move. It wasn't easy to invite Li Zhongjiu for once, but he actually asked Li Zhongjiu to deal with these small characters. Don't tell me you want a girl to fight with them. Ling Yan also spoke in an extremely righteous manner. Li Zhongjiu didn't want to continue to tangle with Ling Yan. In any case, Ling Yan was also very busy now. Li Zhongjiu was wandering around the recruitment square. He heard that Qi Yanran was also here. Of course, he wanted to find Qi Yanran to have some fun. These days, Qi Yanran was also busy with the recruitment of the academy. After all, the Four Seas Medicine Manor was a relatively important project for the four big families. Some of the alchemists of the four big families also came from the Four Seas Medicine Manor. Therefore, Qi Yanran was also personally involved. After all, Qi Yanran's current partner was Li Zhongjiu. The strength of the Qi family must also be improved. Otherwise, sooner or later, Li Zhongjiu would soar to the sky and not be limited to this small Xingyan dynasty. Qi Yanran knew Li Zhongjiu's ambition. Therefore, Qi Yanran also had to speed up her own strength. And today, the Four Seas Medicine Mansion's recruitment courtyard that Qi Yanran was in welcomed an extremely shocking genius. Chapter 990. Four Seas Medicine Manor. The Four Seas Medicine Manor also used some special methods to assess the talent of those who had yet to come into contact with alchemy. Although this method wasn't necessarily accurate, it could still guarantee that the person who was assessed would have a certain level of talent in most cases. Today, a young man had appeared in the Four Seas Medicine Manor. He had reached the level of an upper-class genius in every test. The Four Seas Medicine Manor categorized these talents into grades 1 to 9, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 being the lowest. It mainly measured one's affinity with alchemy, fire, and one's perception of medicinal herbs. As long as one's results were above the average, the Four Seas Medicine Manor would accept them to prove that they had the ability to do so. Over the past few days, apart from the disciples of the four great families who came to take the test and lowered the standards slightly, there were many students who came to register. However, most of them just barely passed. In fact, some people even started to doubt whether these things that they had spent a lot of money on were effective at all. However, Qi Yanran also took the test personally. All of them had reached the highest value, except for one test that was slightly lacking. This morning, there was a young man who looked a little like a ruffian who had casually reached the highest level of talent and passed the highest level of evaluation. All the values had reached full marks. No one dared to believe their eyes, because this person's talent was even higher than Qi Yanran's. Not only was Qi Yanran shocked, but the mentors of the Four Seas Medicine Manor were also shocked. After a series of tests, this person's talent had completely shocked the Four Seas Medicine Manor. They definitely couldn't allow someone with such outstanding talent to be recruited by other academies. Who knew? He might become the second Li Zhongjiu. This person's name was Wu Xie. He came here from a small town at the border. His family was just an ordinary hunter, and his yuan power aura was extremely weak. It was said that he had consumed some special medicinal herbs when he was young, so his mental strength was much stronger than people of the same age. Although he said that he came from a small town, Wu Xie gave off an extremely mischievous vibe. "Sisters, how are the results of my test?" Wu Xie sat on a chair and looked at the busy senior sisters with a teasing gaze. Ah, your test results are very good. Did you bring the school fees? If you pay the fees now, we'll directly enroll you. I only have this much money on me. As he spoke, Wu Xie also took out 2 silver coins. In a place like the Sacred Flame Royal City, it was rare to see silver coins. Fortunately, Wu Xie's innate talent was such that even if the 4 Seas Medicine Manor had to fork out money, they would still have to keep him. I don't think I have enough to pay the tuition fees. I'll go back and save up for another year, Wu Xie said, feeling somewhat dejected. He then turned around to leave. The girl hurriedly called out to Wu Xie. Wait a moment. Our 4 Seas Medicine Manor is interested in nurturing talent. The tuition fee is just a symbolic thing. Your 2 silver coins are enough. This is your admission card. Welcome to the 4 Seas Medicine Manor. Wu Xie took a red certificate from the man's hand. For any rural youth, this was an invitation to riches and honor. However, Wu Xie did not seem satisfied. Why don't I go to the other smaller academies to take a look? As he spoke, Wu Xie was about to leave. The girls immediately called him over. With your aptitude, you will be able to receive excellent treatment in our 4 Seas Medicine Manor. You will be able to directly enter the excellent class. Senior Sister Qi Yanran, did you know that Senior Sister Qi Yanran is in our excellent class? Presumably, any youth who came to the Sacred Flame Royal City would have heard of Qi Yanran's name. She was a super beauty in the Royal City and also an alchemy genius. It was said that Qi Yanran's name was on the youth ranking recently. In a situation where there was no other way, they could only use the name of a beauty to attract this young man. Oh! Wu Xie stopped in his tracks. A glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. Qi Yanran. The Wu Xie in front of him was no ordinary person. He was the person sent by the Black Canal Basilica to find Li Zongjiu and bring back the soul-returning beast. However, once he learned of Li Zongjiu's strength, even Wu Xie did not dare to act rashly. As a matter of fact, he only came here after making a complete plan. To ensure that his identity was trustworthy, he even stayed in a place called Guanxi Town for half a month. He even obtained a household register for Guanxi Town. At the very least, the source of his identity could not be wrong. Besides, it would not be easy to deal with Li Zongjiu. It was said that the assassins sent by the ancient Zong family had not done anything yet. In fact, they had not even sent a reply. The ancient Zong family had already assumed that the 2 of them had failed their mission and had sent a second group of elite. They soon arrived at the Sacred Flame Royal City. Before the assassins from the ancient Zong family took action, they had to bring back the soul-returning beast from Li Zongjiu's hands. Otherwise, they might not be able to find the soul-returning beast, and if the soul-returning beast ended up in the ancient Zong family's hands, the price they would have to pay for it would be even greater. It would be fine if these people knew what was good for them, but if they did not and killed the soul-returning beast, then it would be terrible. Your Wu Xie. Qi Yanran walked in at that moment. It was the first time Qi Yanran saw Wu Xie. She and the others had been alarmed by the return of the data, which was why Qi Yanran had reported the news to her superiors, and they had quickly decided to recruit this person. However, when Qi Yanran walked over, Wu Xie was about to leave. When Wu Xie saw Qi Yanran, a smitten look appeared on his face. In truth, Wu Xie was also incredibly impulsive. He did not expect that there would be such a beautiful person with such exquisite features. Her eyes were so beautiful that they were unparalleled in the world. If there was even the slightest hint of flirtatiousness in her eyes, it would definitely be an incredibly lethal weapon. Wu Xie immediately started laughing. I am Wu Xie. Once Wu Xie finished speaking, he saw a figure walking over from behind Qi Yanran. Wu Xie's gaze froze. At that moment, Wu Xie's state of mind was affected to a certain extent. It was a reaction when danger was near. The hair under Wu Xie's clothes had already stood on end. His muscles had also entered a defensive state. Just by getting close to him, he gave off such a feeling. Yanran, you're here. Chapter 991. Li Zongjiu walked in and recognized Qi Yanran when he saw her back. Zongjiu, why are you here? Qi Yanran turned to look at Li Zongjiu and smiled. She was like a warm spring breeze. She was an iceberg that would never melt. Only when she met Li Zongjiu would she smile like this. I just went to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, so I came to see you, Li Zongjiu said. When he walked in, he saw Wu Xie. Wu Xie was about the same age as Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's aura gave off the feeling of a proud and aloof ruler. Even the few young ladies from the Four Seas Medicine Manor behind him were excited when they saw Li Zongjiu. Is he Li Zongjiu? I heard that he also won first place in an exchange competition held by the Four Seas Medicine Manor. Some time ago, Li Zongjiu shocked everyone in the Haiku dynasty. The opponent's trump card couldn't even last one move in senior brother Li's hands. So powerful! It seems like he's already together with senior sister Yanran. What a good match! A few young ladies were chattering away. As for Li Zongjiu's achievements, it was not easy for him to go out and achieve such a proud result. As the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, of course, they had to publicize it. They didn't want everyone to know about it, but they had to at least set off a trend in this circle. Moreover, their goal was to make it so that everyone knew about it. Only then would it feel good enough. Wait a moment. Qi Yanran said to Li Zongjiu. This is the Four Seas Medicine Manor's special recruitment order. If you are willing, you can stay in the Four Seas Medicine Manor. The rest of the assessment can be waived. Qi Yanran handed a piece of paper to Wu Xie. When they heard the words special recruitment, the surrounding people couldn't believe their ears. Specially recruited? Oh my God! This is a very precious quota. When they heard about the special recruitment, everyone was shocked. After all, the special recruitment opportunity was usually reserved for extremely talented people. Once they enjoyed the special recruitment and entered the academy to further their studies, everything they needed would be handed over to the academy. Everything would be taken care of by the academy. Moreover, the treatment enjoyed by the students of the academy was the highest. Some privileges that ordinary students could not enjoy were enjoyed by specially recruited students. In other words, almost all the resources of the Four Seas Medicine Manor could be opened to them for free. It was that direct. The four great clans behind the Four Seas Medicinal Manor had no problem gathering this amount of money. If they were able to cultivate a top expert, then it would definitely be a very high return on investment. Really? That's great. Thank you, senior sister. I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Wu Xie immediately took the special recruitment token from Qi Yanran's hand excitedly. Then, he quickly walked outside. He wanted to get close to Qi Yanran first, then get close to Li Zongjiu. However, he didn't expect Li Zongjiu to appear so suddenly, and the latter's strength was much stronger than expected. He really is the person who killed Meng Qing. When Wu Xie arrived that day, Meng Qing was already dead. Although Wu Xie used a unique secret method today to temporarily seal his cultivation, Wu Xie couldn't guarantee that Li Zongjiu didn't see through his strength just now. If he did, then it would be terrible. As long as Li Zongjiu carefully investigated, he would be able to find out Wu Xie's identity. Wu Xie couldn't withstand any consideration. Now, he could only pray that Li Zongjiu didn't see through his hidden strength, and it wasn't easy to see through it. Another thing was that Li Zongjiu didn't investigate his identity so seriously. Otherwise, with Li Zongjiu's power, it would be too easy to catch him. Therefore, it wasn't good to stay here for long. After getting the special recruitment token, he quickly left. However, all of this couldn't escape Li Zongjiu's eyes. It was easy for Wu Xie to hide his strength from others, but it was impossible for him to hide it from Li Zongjiu. With just a glance, Li Zongjiu already knew that this person's strength wasn't weak. That guy's strength isn't simple. What's his background? Li Zongjiu asked Qi Yanran. Li Zongjiu's first instinct was that there must be something wrong with this guy. Not simple? He only cultivated a little bit of Yuan Qi, and is at the level of an ordinary Yuan scholar. As for his background, he came from a hunter family in Guanxi Town. Guanxi Town? When Li Zongjiu heard this, he remembered that Guanxi Town was his mother's home. How could there be such a strong person in Guanxi Town? He was so young and so powerful. It wasn't easy to meet someone like him. Hey, elderly, what wind blew you to our place? Just as Qi Yanran was about to ask what the problem was, she heard a hearty voice. She could hear a slight gasp from the person's voice. It was obvious that he had just rushed over. Qi Yanran glanced at the person who had come. It was Zhao Jingxian from the Zhao family. This guy really came because he heard the news. He probably rushed over after hearing that Li Zongjiu had come to the Admissions Institute. Li Zongjiu wasn't someone that ordinary people could come into contact with. If he could invite Li Zongjiu to have a meal or drink tea with him, he would definitely be able to use him in the future. Of course, Zhao Jingxian had helped Li Zongjiu a lot in the past. At least, he made Li Zongjiu remember the person in front of him. In the past, Zhao Jingxian avoided Li Zongjiu when he saw Li Zongjiu because every time Li Zongjiu appeared, there would always be a big commotion. At that time, Zhao Jingxian estimated that Li Zongjiu wouldn't live for long. Who knew that this guy would become more and more famous, more and more arrogant? Now Li Zongjiu was ranked at the top of the list of people who couldn't be provoked in Holy Flame Royal City. This was because Li Zongjiu had used many examples to prove that he couldn't be provoked. Zhao Jingxian, you're quite diligent, Qi Yanran said faintly. Admissions wasn't a small matter, but some people chose to treat it negatively. For example, Zhao Jingxian was busy making money and managing his business. Now that Li Zongjiu was here, this guy shamelessly came over. It's you. Li Zongjiu saw Zhao Jingxian. Yanran, do you still have something to deal with? Li Zongjiu suddenly turned his head and asked Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran smiled knowingly. Yes, there are still thousands of registration forms that haven't been counted, hundreds of test results that haven't been classified, and more than 50 people have been scheduled for an interview in the afternoon, Zhao Jingxian heard. Hey, this kind of thing, why would senior sister Qi need to come personally? Don't worry, leave it to me. I, Zhao Jingxian, promise to help you do it beautifully. Chapter 992. Zhao Jingxian directly took care of the follow-up matters. Zhao Jingxian did not expect that Li Zongjiu was already together with Qi Yanran. Moreover, he did not expect that Li Zongjiu would appear here. Zhao Jingxian did not expect that Li Zongjiu would be here. Since the matter was handed over to Zhao Jingxian, Li Zongjiu took Qi Yanran to wander around. Li Zongjiu took the time to walk around, but before walking around, he still had to solve some things. There's something wrong with that kid just now. Let's go and check it out, Li Zongjiu said. After Qi Yanran heard it, she nodded. Qi Yanran originally felt that something was wrong, and now that Li Zongjiu mentioned it, there must be something wrong. Let's go this way. His address is in the information he submitted, Qi Yanran said. Then, the two of them walked towards a relatively remote path. This area was relatively remote and poor. Moreover, the surrounding air also had a kind of turbid feeling. However, when Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran walked in, they immediately felt that the air was fresh. In front, Li Zongjiu said, and then gave Qi Yanran a look. Qi Yanran immediately walked towards another path, and finally appeared at the other end of the road, blocking Wu Xie's path. Senior Sister Yanran, why are you looking for me? Could it be that you want to take back this special recruitment token? Wu Xie stopped his footsteps. He wanted to slip away directly, but he did not expect that Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran would follow him. This caused Wu Xie to become even more impatient. Why did Li Zongjiu not act according to common sense? Could it be that he wanted to kill someone just because of suspicion? One was Li Zongjiu, one was Qi Yanran. If the two of them joined forces, Wu Xie might not have a chance to win. However, escaping wasn't a problem at all. However, if he did that, his half a month of dormancy would be completely wasted. Who are you? Qi Yanran said lightly. A pair of cold eyes stared at Wu Xie. Originally, even if Wu Xie had hidden something, it was not a big deal for Qi Yanran. After all, there were many people with secrets in this world. It was very normal to have one or two small secrets. However, Li Zongjiu wanted to follow up and investigate, and Qi Yanran also agreed. Although Li Zongjiu had killed a lot of people, no one had ever said that Li Zongjiu was wrong or that he had killed innocent people. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Senior Sister Yanran, I've already submitted my personal situation to the higher-ups. Don't tell me you didn't see it? Cut the crap. If you don't speak today, you'll die. Li Zongjiu walked out. Step by step, he approached Wu Xie. Wu Xie couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu was really going to make a move. Was there no law in this world? How could he kill someone just because he wanted to? What are you trying to do? Who are you? Wu Xie looked at Li Zongjiu with extreme vigilance. He seemed to be frightened and on guard. Li Zongjiu had already taken out the black dragon hammer in his hand. Boom! Li Zongjiu smashed the hammer towards Wu Xie. There was no need for so much nonsense. Was there a need to talk so much? If there were any suspicions or problems, he would beat them up first. The black dragon hammer erupted with terrifying power and surged towards Wu Xie. Wu Xie immediately leaped in another direction when he saw the terrifying power of Li Zongjiu's attack. This leap immediately erupted with power comparable to the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. If it was just ordinary strength, he wouldn't even be able to break free from the lock of the black dragon hammer. Boom! Seeing how powerful Wu Xie was, Qi Yanran was also shocked. The aura just now had already surpassed her own. He obviously had such strength, yet he kept a low profile and tried to sneak into the Four Seas medicine manor. He must be up to something. Therefore, Qi Yanran was a little wary and relieved. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had appeared in time. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause if he entered the Four Seas medicine manor? Wu Xie avoided Li Zongjiu's hammer with his speed. However, Li Zongjiu would definitely chase after him. It wouldn't be so easy to escape. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xie already had a plan of action. He directly rushed toward Qi Yanran. Boom! Wu Xie stretched out his hands and immediately condensed a quagmire of power in front of him. Demonic Wind Claw. It seemed that a cold wind was stirred up and swept directly towards Qi Yanran. This move made Qi Yanran feel a strong pressure and crisis, but Qi Yanran also took out a weapon from her hand. She easily broke free from Wu Xie's lock. Desolate Heaven Essence. Swoosh! Qi Yanran lashed out with her whip. Wu Xie was confident that he could block this move, but he was puzzled. Qi Yanran was only at the Yuan monarch realm. How could she break free from his power? But Wu Xie was sent flying by Qi Yanran's whip. He rolled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Wu Xie, who had fallen into the pit, couldn't believe what he was seeing. My boundless inner armor is broken just like that. What is that thing? It's so powerful. What's with the combination of these two? Damn. Wu Xie couldn't care less about hiding his strength. In fact, Wu Xie didn't have the opportunity to hide his strength from the beginning. When this power erupted, it was close to the Yuan monarch realm. A mere second-grade Yuan monarch dares to behave atrociously in front of me? Li Zongjiu looked at Wu Xie and shook his head. However, after sensing it carefully, Li Zongjiu also knew where Wu Xie's power came from. So you're from the Black Canal Temple. The woman I killed last time was with you, wasn't she? Li Zongjiu said faintly. Qi Yanran held the Desolate Heaven Essence in her hand and looked at Wu Xie, who was lying on the ground. Black Canal Basilica? Qi Yanran heard Li Zongjiu talk about Black Canal Basilica. After all, this kind of thing had to be told to Qi Yanran, so she had to be vigilant. Back in the Haiku dynasty, Qi Yanran was extremely angry, but she didn't make it public. After all, the relationship between the dynasties was still there, so it wasn't good to flare up. She didn't expect that they would still be so arrogant after returning to the Xingyan dynasty. So you are the ones who want to hurt Zongjiu? Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly became colder. Wu Xie immediately felt that the situation was not good. He quickly took out a scroll from his storage ring and tore it. Suddenly, a powerful spatial force wrapped around Wu Xie. Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran, the two of you will definitely die in the hands of Black Canal Basilica. You can't escape. Before leaving, he left a ruthless sentence. However, Li Zongjiu didn't intend to let him go just like that. You want to escape from me with a mere spatial teleportation scroll? Li Zongjiu waved the black dragon hammer in his hand. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky. It instantly struck the scroll. The scroll burned with flames, and Wu Xie, who was preparing to teleport, was interrupted. What? Chapter 993. Wu Xie didn't dare to imagine that even the surefire teleportation scroll could be destroyed by someone. This was too cruel. What kind of monster was Li Zongjiu in front of him? Come out! Li Zongjiu stepped forward and grabbed Wu Xie. The power of space was completely gone, and Wu Xie was directly smashed to the ground, vomiting blood. He was seriously injured. Wu Xie had never experienced such a scene before. What kind of monster was Li Zongjiu? He originally had the strength of an origin emperor. He had never imagined that he would actually fall in front of Li Zongjiu at this moment. Even though he had made ample preparations and had even calculated this battle countless times in his heart, Wu Xie still couldn't accept it. Logically speaking, with Wu Xie's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Li Zongjiu. But now, he was easily defeated by Li Zongjiu. This made Wu Xie completely collapse. You won't have a good ending if you go against the Black Canal Basilica. It's not too late for you to regret now. At this moment, Wu Xie couldn't do anything else. He even gave up resisting. In front of the two, he had no chance to escape at all. Moreover, the lightning just now had seriously injured him. At this moment, he sat on the ground, paralyzed. Falling into Li Zongjiu's hands, he didn't want to live anymore. Bang! Before Wu Xie could say anything, Li Zongjiu directly smashed down with his hammer. He ended Wu Xie's life. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Li Zongjiu smashed the kid to death with his hammer. A lot of blood splattered out. Qi Yanran looked at the scene in front of her without the slightest change in expression. She just took back the specially recruited book in Wu Xie's hand. She didn't expect Wu Xie to be from the Haiku dynasty. This made Qi Yanran a little unhappy. No matter what, the Four Seas Medicine Manor was still part of the Qi family. Therefore, she couldn't let these people mess around in the Four Seas Medicine Manor. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures descended. Who's there? The two of them surrounded Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran one after the other. The commotion just now had already alerted the special envoys patrolling the area. When the Special Envoy Department sensed the commotion, they immediately rushed over. After all, too many people had come to the Sacred Flame Royal City recently. Hence, the Special Envoy Department had to be fully prepared. One of them looked relatively young, and his movements were also extremely immature. He should have been recruited not long ago. After all, they needed more manpower. When he approached, he immediately pulled out the weapon in his hand. The man and woman in front of him actually dared to openly commit murder in this city. Put your hands on your head and squat down. The young envoy pointed at Li Zongjiu and shouted. At the scene of the murder, both the suspect and the evidence were found. It seemed that the opportunity for him to be promoted and make a fortune had come. He had only been in office for a few days, but he already had the opportunity to solve such a big case. On the other hand, the slightly older envoy first glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked at the traces of battle around. This was obviously a fight between very powerful experts. Moreover, why did this young man look a little familiar? Hey, aren't you? Aren't you? When the older envoy saw Li Zhongjie, he stared at him carefully. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his eyes suddenly became frightened. Elderly. Greetings, elderly. We will take our leave first. We won't disturb you, the envoy said directly. Then, he stepped forward and pulled him away. The young envoy still wanted to say something. This was obviously a murder scene. Why didn't he do anything and just leave? This was too casual. Boss, just now. Why didn't that kid catch him? When the young envoy was dragged away, he kept asking. However, in the end, the boss directly covered the latter's mouth, afraid that he didn't directly knock him out. Damn it! Do you know who that is? You still dare to shout here. You and I almost lost our lives. The old envoy directly dragged him away. Moreover, his expression was extremely serious. This matter was not so simple. That Li Zhongjie was an out-and-out homicidal maniac. Don't be fooled by his gentle and quiet appearance. In fact, his hands were very bloody. If the latter was unhappy, he would directly kill your whole family. Now, the Special Envoy Department directly opened a file for Li Zhongjie. Anything related to Li Zhongjie would be recorded in detail in the records. They didn't expect to meet Li Zhongjie today when he was unhappy. Fortunately, they left quickly. Otherwise, they would have been killed in an instant. Li Zhongjie was not so easy to provoke. Seeing the two envoys running away in panic, Qi Yanran also carefully looked at Li Zhongjie. What are you looking at? I want to see if you're that scary. Qi Yanran laughed. Although being together with Li Zhongjie wasn't a spectacular experience, the things that they experienced weren't simple. Now that they killed the people in the Black Canal Basilica would definitely come looking for trouble in the future. Although they were now separated by the dynasty, no one knew what kind of power they had. But at least in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, there was no need to worry. If you say that I'm scary, then I'll eat you now, Li Zhongjie said and directly carried Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran also patted him repeatedly. There was still a corpse lying next to them. Wasn't it very inappropriate to do this? Of course, Li Zhongjie did not do anything. He directly flicked his finger and a black flame burned Wu Xie's corpse clean. At the same time, he took off Wu Xie's storage ring. This guy had a lot of resources in his hands. Oh, this guy seems to have a lot of money. After Li Zhongjie took Wu Xie's storage ring, he studied it for a while and immediately found that there were a lot of treasures in it. Even a small family's business might not have as many treasures as this storage ring. The two strolled around the imperial city, had dinner, and then went back to their own business. Although the recruitment of students was handed over to Zhao Jingxian, Qi Yanran, as the person in charge, had to go back and check the results of today's work. She did not know about the results of others, but today, the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was absolutely full. Today, Li Zhongjie showed a little bit of the limelight and directly suppressed the arrogance of the Chongqing Pavilion. He was really domineering in the face of such an expert. How could the young people not be fascinated by such an expert? Some even directly regarded Li Zhongjie as their idol. He was really too fierce, and they could not help but admire him. Chapter 994. Wu Xie was dead. Far away in Black Canal Basilica, Wu Xie's soul tablet was shattered. It immediately alarmed the entire Black Canal Basilica. Now, the four-seated geniuses that Black Canal Basilica had painstakingly cultivated. 3 of them were dead. Most importantly, the stolen soul-returning beast had not been found yet. It was certain that the soul-returning beast was in Li Zhongjie's hands. Damn it! Even Wu Xie was killed. It seems that Li Zhongjie is determined to be the enemy of Black Canal Basilica. This group of red bishops gathered together again. Because 3 of them had died in a row, and the only one left was still in seclusion. This matter had to be dealt with personally. Looks like we have to make use of some hidden forces. At the very least, Li Zongjiu won't be able to continue living after killing so many people from Heichu Sacred Hall. If he's still alive after killing so many people from Heichu Sacred Hall, the name of Heichu Sacred Hall is useless. As soon as this matter was mentioned, the cardinals of Black Canal Basilica all had cold eyes. The Black Canal Basilica had controlled the Haiku dynasty for so many years, and had never encountered such a serious provocation. Therefore, the Black Canal Basilica had to do something. Otherwise, there would be a second person who offended the Black Canal Basilica. When the time came, the reputation of the Black Canal Basilica would be gone, and there would be some trouble. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could not be let go. Send out the life and death servants. The life and death servants. It was a secret force of Black Canal Basilica. These people were extremely strong and had a very special ability, which was immortality. Even if they only had one arm left, they could still fight. It was said that the appearance of these life and death servants was due to the legendary power of the thousand-legged demon worm. Even if they were beaten to death, their dead bodies could still jump with great strength. It had been a long time since the life and death servants were used. Only when the opponent was of a very high level would the life and death servants be sent out. Furthermore, whenever this unit appeared, the mission they carried out would be complete annihilation. An entire clan would be wiped out without leaving a single survivor. It was very cruel. Okay, send out the life and death servants. 10 of them. This voice seemed to be transmitted directly to the ancient underground palace. Immediately, a few rays of light lit up in the pitch-black land. As the light appeared in the eyes of these people, the surrounding air became cold. Marquis Mansion. A highly classified intelligence was quickly delivered to Wan Yonggong's desk. In fact, even Wan Yonggong, who was in the middle of his cultivation, stopped. He walked over to the desk and opened it. After reading the contents, Wan Yonggong's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Countless thoughts were colliding with each other. In the end, Wan Yonggong dismissed the surrounding people and ordered someone to summon Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan came in front of Wan Yonggong. "Grandfather, what do you think about this?" Wan Yonggong handed the secret letter to Wan Yulan. Although Wan Yulan was a girl, Wan Yonggong didn't mind. Favoring males over females was an extremely backward idea. As long as one had the ability to lead the family and bring glory to the family, it was a good thing. That was a true expert. Wan Yulan's ability made Wan Yonggong extremely satisfied. At least for now, the few people in the Marquis Mansion were far inferior to Wan Yulan. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Wan Yulan's eyes lit up when she saw the message. She was sharp enough to capture the opportunity. The Black Canal Basilica's power center is impregnable. Now that Li Zongjiu has appeared, there is a trace of chaos. As long as we seize this chaos, these people will definitely reveal more flaws. Wan Yulan didn't wait for Wan Yonggong to ask and directly expressed her opinion. This made Wan Yonggong nod his head in approval. "I think so too. Go to the Sacred Flame Imperial City and inform Li Zongjiu of this news. It's best if you can assist Li Zongjiu and make these people stay in the Xingyan dynasty forever," Wan Yonggong said. "Yes, grandfather," Wan Yulan replied. Currently, almost the entire Haiku dynasty was in the hands of the Black Canal Basilica, causing the entire Haiku dynasty to be extremely dark. All the power was in the hands of some strange people. Moreover, they couldn't differentiate between right and wrong. If this continued, the Haiku dynasty would definitely fall. It was absolutely impossible to rule with absolute violence. As the vanguard of the Haiku dynasty, Wan Yonggong naturally stood firmly on the side of the Haiku dynasty and was bound to overthrow the group of old vampires in the Black Canal Basilica. "This time, I can't send too many people to you. Otherwise, the sacred palace will definitely be suspicious. This set of purple god flying daggers was refined with my life's effort. It has never missed a target. It can kill a 5th-grade primitive emperor expert within 100 meters. Keep it for self-defense. Wan Yonggong handed over the set of flying daggers to Wan Yulan. This item is too precious. I dare not accept it. Take it. With your mental strength, the effect you can display will only be stronger. You must be careful of these life and death servants. Be careful of their abilities, Wan Yonggong said. This time, Wan Yulan didn't refuse again. She nodded and accepted the set of flying daggers. She was extremely excited. This set of flying daggers had consumed half of Wan Yonggong's life's effort. It could even be considered as a family heirloom. Giving this set of flying daggers to Wan Yulan was actually a kind of entrustment. At the same time, it was also a kind of test. If Wan Yulan couldn't protect these 3 flying daggers, Wan Yonggong would definitely not put her in an important position in the future. However, if Wan Yulan could perfectly use these 3 flying daggers and achieve the effect Wan Yonggong wanted, then the person in charge of the Marquis Mansion would undoubtedly be Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan didn't stay for long. She went back to prepare and pack her things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. In the middle of the night, she avoided the spies in the Black Canal Royal City and quickly left the city. In the Marquis Mansion, a figure quietly walked out from the darkness. That old bastard summoned that little bitch in the middle of the night. There must be something strange about it. The person who appeared was Wan Qianquan. Ever since Wan Qianquan was ignored by Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran that day, he was extremely unhappy. He deliberately wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Who knew that these people would actually go back? Just now, Wan Qianquan saw Wan Yulan being summoned in the middle of the night. There must be something going on, so Wan Qianquan went to eavesdrop. He didn't hear the details clearly. However, he knew that Wan Yulan went to look for Li Zongjiu of the Sacred Flame Royal City. Chapter 995. Damn, she actually went to hook up with Li Zongjiu. No, Wan Qianquan, will definitely kill that Li Zongjiu. Wan Qianquan, will never forget the humiliation that day. Wan Qianquan immediately sent people to follow them under the cover of the night. It was still too early to move, so it was better to let people follow them first. At least, they had to figure out what these 2 people were doing. In one night, dark clouds were surging above the Holy Flame Royal City. Under the heavy rain, 3 figures appeared in front of an inn in the Holy Flame Royal City. Sirs, please come in. 4 rooms. The leader threw out a bag of purple yuan. He even asked for 4 rooms. When the waiter received the big bag of purple yuan, he was stunned for a moment. There were clearly only 3 people in front of him, so why did they ask for 4 rooms? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed. On the ground of the inn, a 4th figure flashed. The waiter was so frightened that his face turned pale. When he took a closer look, he realized that one of them was carrying a person on his back. Oh my God, you scared me. The person on the other person's back seemed to have broken legs and was unable to move, so he was carried. Rich people were the masters. The waiter immediately booked 4 rooms for the 4 of them. In one of the rooms, the 4 of them gathered. At this moment they took off their black clothes. On the table there were several cups of hot tea. When they were out on missions they were not allowed to drink alcohol. This was a rule. If they did not adhere to this rule, then there might be trouble when they were out on missions. Tomorrow, go and find out where that Li Zongjiu is. Also, the Xingyan dynasty is not like the Haiku dynasty. There are many experts here, and they all have their own camps, so you have to be extra careful. Yes, Elder Jean. The 4 experts that were sent out were all titled assassins who enjoyed the 4 major titles: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. 4 top-notch assassins. Compared to Zhang Yeshang and Zhang Feng, who had just come out, they were many times more experienced. Moreover, their strength was more than 1 level higher. The leader of the 4 was Elder Zhang Jin. He did not expect that they would send out 4 top-class assassins in one go. Clearly, the ancient Zhang clan valued Li Zongjiu greatly. At the same time, they also placed great importance on the mission before them. At this moment, don't move around casually during normal times. It seems like the Holy Flame Royal City is currently undergoing recruitment for the various academies. There are many people here. We need to gather sufficient information within 2 days. Yes. The ancient Zhang clan lived up to its reputation as a clan of assassins on the continent. Without any backup forces, it was the first time they had crossed a dynasty to carry out such an assassination mission. During the assassination, the target had fled all the way from the Haiku dynasty to the Tianyan dynasty. But it was different this time. They were directly coming to their dynasty, their territory to assassinate. They didn't know how strong they were, so they had to do their homework. In the next 2 days, 3 of them began to gather information quietly. With their skills, they could naturally come and go as they pleased. There was no danger in the city, so they soon found out where Li Zongjiu was. White Deer Manor. This is the White Deer Manor. Li Zongjiu is inside. Zhang Yin and Zhang Tong hid in the dark and stared at the White Deer Manor in front of them. However, they did not enter, nor did they try to find out where the other party was. Although they had yet to rush in, they could feel the dangerous aura in the White Deer Manor. 4 primitive Emperor-level soul beasts and Nangong Wuji. Although Hong Shursan's strength was average, he was still an primitive emperor. More or less, the existence of these 6 powerhouses was already a thorny problem for these people. Every primitive emperor powerhouse had incomparably sharp senses. What are you trying to do in front of my manor? Just as the 2 of them were staring at the White Deer Manor in front of them, a voice suddenly came from behind them. With their cultivation, they were able to approach them quietly without being discovered. This immediately shocked the 2 of them. When they turned around, they saw a young man standing not far away. Without a doubt, the person in front of them immediately overlapped with a figure in their mind. Li Zongjiu. The target of the mission was right in front of them. Once they killed him, the mission would be completed. However, the 2 of them were very clear that if they wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu, the chances of winning were 0. Therefore, they didn't act rashly but calmed down. Without needing to look at each other, the 2 of them began to release their aura after confirming each other's identity. In an instant, the 2 of them directly crashed through the wall beside them and immediately pulled out, quickly escaping into the distance. The 2 top experts escaped in 2 different directions. Anyone would be stunned at the scene. Even if it was just a second, the 2 of them would be able to escape very far away. At this moment, it didn't matter whether one's fighting ability was strong or not, but one's footwork must be trained well. Still want to run? Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. Immediately, from the White Deer Manor, 2 figures flew out directly, quickly approaching one of the figures. Li Zongjiu also turned around and chased after one of them. His footwork was activated. Immediately, he appeared in between movements, his speed incomparably fast. What? He actually caught up. Zhang Yin's skills were at least 80 years of cultivation. Among the 4 of them, Zhang Yin's speed was the fastest, his footwork was the most exquisite, and he was the most agile. When Li Zongjiu caught up, Zhang Yin wanted to take the opportunity to attack and force Li Zongjiu to retreat. However, he saw that Li Zongjiu had a hammer in his hand. A bolt of lightning suddenly bloomed from the hammer, and with a boom, Zhang Yin immediately felt his body stiffen on the spot. Then, his vision turned black and he fell straight down. He lost consciousness. Old thing, you run pretty fast. Li Zongjiu weighed the black dragon hammer in his hand. In just a few breaths, he had already run out of the city. Wasn't this speed fast? If he walked back, he would have to waste a lot of effort. Immediately, Li Zongjiu searched the old man's body. Similarly, he took out a dagger. On it were the words, Ancient Zhang Family. Damn, can't these top assassins of the continent hide their identities? Why are they all dressed the same way? Li Zongjiu could not help but say. In the sky above the other side of King City, 2 bird calls came. Clearly, the other one had also been caught. Chapter 996. Zhang Tong had already escaped, but just as he was about to leave the perimeter of the path, 2 strong gusts of wind suddenly swept over him. All of a sudden, he felt 2 gusts of wind rushing towards him. Following the eruption of the cold wind, he was immediately blocked by 2 figures. To be exact, those 2 silhouettes had directly captured those 2 silhouettes. Boom! The Blackwind and Blood Shadow Condor appeared and directly pinned Zhang Tong to the ground. Then, with a lift of the claw, it lifted the man and brought him 10,000 meters up into the sky. Fuck, I'm afraid of heights. Zhang Tong immediately screamed and fainted in midair. Then, he was directly brought down into the Bailu Manor. Li Zongjiu also caught him. Soon, Li Zongjiu also ordered people to bring the unconscious Zhang Tong to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. That was why Palace Lord Yun Qi used the secret technique of Zishuan Court to painstakingly control these 2 people's minds. These 2 people's willpower was extremely firm, so it wasn't easy to control them. It was also because of this that Palace Lord Yun Qi spent a lot of energy. Fortunately, the divine skill of Sun and Moon given by Li Zongjiu was authentic. This allowed Palace Lord Yun Qi to replenish the energy she had consumed these days. Palace Lord, Li Zongjiu is here again. Yun Qi had just finished cultivating today, and had been studying the divine skill of Sun and Moon these days. Again, Yun Qi had a love-hate relationship with Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was obvious. He was obviously an extremely dangerous person. He was too strong. Cooperating with such a person could not be called cooperation at all. In fact, your life and death depended on the mood of others. If Li Zongjiu was unhappy, he could directly cripple you or even kill you directly. You would have nothing to say, and you wouldn't even have the strength to object. Yun Qi came to Li Zongjiu and saw 2 figures lying on the ground. Moreover, the attire and aura of these people were exactly the same as the people locked up in this secret prison. They're also in cahoots with the assassins. Help me control them. I'll leave these people to you, Li Zongjiu said. After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Before he left, he turned around to take a look. In the next few days, keep a close eye on any movement from the Haiku dynasty, especially the people from Black Canal Basilica. Black Canal Basilica? Even though Zishuan Court had been doing intelligence gathering work before, they knew very little about Black Canal Basilica. After all, Black Canal Basilica had a transcendent status in the Haiku dynasty. Although he didn't know much about the Black Canal Sacred Hall, the other party was a terrifying existence after all. Even the slightest bit of information he knew was enough to make him feel the terror of the Black Canal Sacred Hall. You want to deal with Black Canal Basilica? Yun Qi asked. Yun Qi immediately looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so ambitious. This was almost equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Xingyan dynasty's royal family. Be careful. If these people want to form a grudge with me, I will have no choice but to destroy them. Li Zongjiu directly left after he finished speaking. Yun Qi's eyes flashed with horror when he heard this. Li Zongjiu had been to the Haiku dynasty, so he naturally knew the strength of Black Canal Basilica. He knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but he still chose to go there. This was an incredible amount of courage. This guy is really fearless. However, Li Zongjiu's words just now reminded Yun Qi of something. The 4 people sent here were all top assassins of the Haiku dynasty. If this powerful force was in his hands, it would definitely bring great benefits to Zishuan Court. If he had this sharp knife in his hands, it would definitely bring great benefits and convenience in the future. It's not like they're useless, Yun Qi said. Then, he ordered people to carry the 2 people away. Now it seemed that the two people's strength seemed to be stronger than the previous ones. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had also caused a lot of trouble. After returning, Xiao Zhao had also investigated the origins of these people and found out that there were two accomplices. Immediately, he sent people to surround the inn. Many people also appeared in secret to keep an eye on the inn. This time, Tai-Fai was leading the team again. Many experts around him were already ready to take action. When they rushed up last time, because of their bravery and good performance, many people were rewarded. Now, these people all wanted to make a contribution. However, the strength of the people above was beyond their imagination. "Are you looking for us?" A voice suddenly came from behind Tai-Fai. When he looked back, he immediately saw an old face staring at him. Tai-Fai immediately widened his eyes. The yuan qi in his body involuntarily circulated. However, he heard a muffled sound coming from his body. Bang! Tai-Fai's body flew out directly and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Boss!" When the others saw that Tai-Fai was actually sent flying, they immediately rushed in the direction of the person who attacked. However, in the darkness, muffled sounds could be heard. Everyone who approached was sent flying. However, these people fell to the ground. They didn't lose their lives, but they were all seriously injured. Most of the people who came to surround the inn were defeated on the ground. They didn't even see the other party's shadow before they disappeared. If the other party wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to survive. The gap between the two parties couldn't be closed so easily. Something must have happened to second brother and third brother. Zhang Jin and Zhang Jin disappeared. When Li Zongjiu arrived, he saw a group of people lying on the ground. All of them were seriously injured. The person who attacked was quite accurate. All of them were defeated in one move. "Young master," Tai-Fei got up with great difficulty. This time, the 30-odd people he had brought along had all been defeated. He ran fast. Li Zongjiu glanced around and then looked at the entire city. His eyes gradually turned to an extremely distant place. "You want to behave atrociously in my territory?" Li Zongjiu's mouth curved into a cold smile. It was time to make a move. The easiest way to establish his prestige in the entire continent was to find some of the more outstanding ones and beat them up one by one. This way, his reputation would naturally spread. "Pay attention to their movements and find out where they're hiding," Li Zongjiu said. "Yes, young master," Tai-Fai replied. Chapter 997. The leader who escaped was Zhang Jin, and the other person was Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong's legs were used to assassinate an primitive emperor, and the other party's identity was not simple. He was the leader of an extremely ancient force. In the end, Zhang Tong retreated under the encirclement of more than 10 top experts. However, his legs were ambushed by the other party, so he did not manage to protect them. Since then, his strength had become quite strong. It was extremely shocking. Because he completed the mission with outstanding results, not only did he establish a great reputation, but he also had an extremely high status in the ancient Zhang family. Now, his skills were exceptionally well hidden. No one knew how many years it had been since he had made a move. No one knew what level his strength had reached. At that moment, the two old men quickly hid in a hidden place in the dark night. "This Li Zongjiu is so resourceful, to be able to find us so quickly." Zhang Jin's eyes were filled with an unprecedented graveness. They had come to Li Zongjiu's territory, but they were found so quickly. 2 days later, a woman in black appeared in the sacred Flame Royal City. When this black-clothed lady walked into Holy Flame Royal City, she immediately felt many mental energy sweeping over her body. However, the woman in black hid her aura very well. However, her identity as a member of the Haiku dynasty immediately made the people around her vigilant. Although it did not seem like much on the surface, there were countless intelligence personnel working quickly in the dark to spread the news. "A mysterious woman from the Haiku dynasty is here." Li Zongjiu also received the news very quickly. The person who came was none other than Wan Yulan. When Wan Yulan sat in a noodle house and waited for her chicken soup shredded pork noodles to be served, she sensed a figure approaching. Moreover, there were more faces around the noodle house. They came so quickly, even Wan Yulan was shocked. She turned around and saw Li Zhongjiu walking in. Li Zhongjiu did not expect that the person who came was Wan Yulan. When he saw Wan Yulan, Li Zhongjiu was also puzzled. He waved his hand and signaled the others not to relax, but not to get too close either. He sat opposite Wan Yulan. "What a coincidence," Li Zhongjiu said. "I came specifically to look for you. I just entered the city and you appeared. It seems that your influence in the sacred Flame Royal City is not small," Wan Yulan said indifferently. With her mental power, it was easy for her to discover these people. It was normal for her to want to shake them off. However, Wan Yulan did not do so. This way, he could find Li Zhongjiu faster. "What are you doing here?" Li Zhongjiu looked at Wan Yulan and asked. Li Zhongjiu had provoked quite a number of people from the Haiku dynasty, so if there was a need, even if Wan Yulan was an old acquaintance, as long as she came to deal with Li Zhongjiu, he would not leave a single one alive. In truth, Li Zhongjiu had already discovered the whereabouts of the other two powerful fighters from the ancient Zhang family in the city. However, there was no need for him to make a move yet. It was a good time for the people from Zishuan court to test the strength of the puppets he had just controlled. The puppets were ready. It had been a long time since he tested this method, so he naturally wanted to see if it had any corresponding effect. That was why Li Zhongjiu kept those people alive. They were really unlucky. They did not have a chance to assassinate Li Zhongjiu. Instead, they were forced to flee in all directions because they wanted to hide their track. "You killed the people from Black Canal Basilica, so Black Canal Basilica has sent their life and death servants to deal with you." Wan Yulan stared into Li Zhongjiu's eyes as she spoke. "Sir, your noodles are ready." The waiter served 2 bowls of noodles. When Wan Yulan ordered, she also ordered one for Li Zhongjiu. Clearly, Wan Yulan had already guessed that the person who came would be Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu picked up his chopsticks and picked at the noodles. "Thank you for coming all the way here to deliver the letter, but since Black Canal Basilica did this, it means that they are determined to die." Li Zhongjiu tapped the bowl with his chopsticks. "This bowl of noodles is on me. After eating this bowl of noodles, we will go back immediately." Wan Yulan looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of her. The latter was obviously saying that he did not need anyone's help. It was indeed cool to say that, but it was not easy to escape the pursuit of these life and death servants. "You don't understand. This matter is very serious. Although I don't know what you have done, Black Canal Basilica has sent their life and death servants to deal with you," Wan Yulan said with a frown. From her point of view, Li Zhongjiu did not know the specific situation yet, which was why he had such thoughts. He even said that if he wanted to fight with these people, if he was not careful, he might be killed by them. This matter was extremely tricky. Anyone who was targeted by these life and death servants would not have a good ending. Life and death servants? Is it that group of people who absorbed the power of the ancient demons and are known to be unkillable? Li Zhongjiu said calmly after hearing this. Since Li Zhongjiu had heard of the reputation of these life and death servants, if he had, then Li Zhongjiu would definitely be vigilant and know how powerful these people were. However, after listening to Li Zhongjiu's evaluation, Wan Yulan felt that these life and death servants were just a group of strange guys who had taken drugs. The power of the ancient demons was a kind of poison to the human race. Anyone who came into contact with it would become an extremely lethal force. Yes, it's them, but their strength is more terrifying than I imagined. Moreover, they are used to doing things by hook or by crook. Even Wan Yulan attached great importance to this matter, so he was naturally very vigilant about this matter. He could not relax because of this. Although this operation was an interdynasty operation, he believed that these people would be unscrupulous. I know. If they come, none of them can leave. Since you are not willing to leave, then do as you wish. If you have any problems, you can come to White Deer Manor to find me. If you are not an enemy, then you are a guest. I will not forget the favor I owe to your Marquis Wanyong's residence. Li Zongjiu quickly finished the noodles in his bowl, slapped a purple yuan coin on the table, and turned to leave. After Li Zongjiu left, the people who were watching them also withdrew one by one. They had obviously received Li Zongjiu's order and did not leave a single person behind. They believed that Wan Yulan was not looking for trouble. If Wan Yulan really did something, Li Zongjiu would not let Wan Yulan have an easy time. Obviously, in the face of the Haiku dynasty. For Li Zongjiu, this was a rather stressful matter. Otherwise, he would not be personally involved in everything. The slightest carelessness could lead to the extermination of his family. In the end, Li Zongjiu pondered for a while and summoned Tian Fei. You and the Sky Blaze Lion make a trip. Go to Luoxia City. You must ensure the safety of Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu instructed. Bring the Sky Blaze Python along. Yes, young master. Tian Fei half knelt and said. At this moment, there was no suitable person beside him. He first deployed the two primitive Emperor Meta beasts back. As for the other situation, Li Zongjiu was observing. Anyway, in Monarch City, Li Zongjiu was personally overseeing it. Naturally, there would be no problem. Chapter 998. Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor had gradually gained some fame in the Sacred Flame Royal City recently. Therefore, Li Baichao received a lot of good treatment in the Tianshan Medicine Manor. Even in his wildest dreams, Li Baichao had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would actually be able to get him to cultivate in the Tianshan Medicine Manor. Before this, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was the #1 school in the eyes of the Xingyan dynasty's alchemists. Of course, it was still the same now. However, there were many competitors and it was not completely ahead of them. However, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was still worthy of being the #1 school. Li Baicao's learning during this period of enrollment had directly improved by leaps and bounds. In the White Deer Manor, the foundation was suppressed by these people. In addition, he had a certain level of talent. However, this little breakthrough was a group of extremely abnormal geniuses compared to the people around him. They came from all over the dynasty. Although the selection this year was not the same as the previous year, where one could only come to the royal city after advancing layer by layer, but directly register on the spot and then go through a series of tests. However, in reality it was the same. Those who failed in the end would be directly eliminated without any accident. Those who remained were the local elites. Nan Peixian was also specially recruited to enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After all, Nan Peixian was not too old. After being recruited, Nan Peixian would be a member of the research team and help the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to research some new prescriptions. It was considered as a contribution to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Recently, Nan Peixian's relationship with Li Baichao was quite good. Obviously, Nan Peixian knew how powerful Li Zongjiu was and wanted to curry favor with Li Zongjiu. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. In Ling Yan's office, an invitation letter was sent to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's A class. It was an invitation letter from the Longevity Pavilion. The content of the letter was to invite the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to jointly organize a new student competition. This person had just joined the academy and hadn't even had the time to learn. Yet, he had directly launched such a competition. It was clear that he was deliberately provoking them. Last time, Li Zongjiu had humiliated the Longevity Pavilion in front of so many people. However, that wasn't a very public situation. Now that the freshman competition had started, it would be a real occasion. When it came to a competition, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was naturally not afraid of them. What was there to be embarrassed about? Since there was going to be such a new student competition, they might as well make it a little more ruthless. After receiving the invitation letter, Ling Yan's eyes burned with a raging flame. Originally, Ling Yan was a relatively radical person, but ever since he went out with Li Zongjiu, his meridians were repaired, and he had already died once. This made him even more ferocious. Since he wanted to do it, he would do it big. Hence, they joined forces with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. A grand competition for the new students of the Pill Palace in the Sacred Flame Royal City officially began. The launch would take place 1 month later. All the academies could participate. As long as they were in the top 100, they would be rewarded. This was the condition for participating, which was to be a first-year student of the various academies. Hence, a second-year student like Li Zongjiu couldn't participate. Of course, it was impossible for Li Zongjiu to participate in such a thing. However, Ling Yan still found Li Zongjiu. "Why are you here again?" Li Zongjiu saw that Ling Yan had come uninvited and was very familiar with the place. He immediately found Li Zongjiu, who was refining pills. "Isn't this a great thing? The first person I thought of was you." Ling Yan looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu could only look at Ling Yan with a suspicious gaze, as if saying, "What great thing can happen to you? It's fine as long as you don't do something that will cause the sky to collapse. Look at your little eyes. Do you think your sister will harm you? It's like this. Isn't it because those people from the Pavilion of Eternal Life are trying to stir up trouble? Our Heavenday Medicine Manor has set up a training class, and in a month's time, we'll be holding a competition for new students. I'm giving you face by including your Li family members. It's just that you'll have to go and give them a lesson in our class. That's all." Ling Yan gave Li Zongjiu a you-know-what-I-mean look. When he thought of this guy in front of him, who was just a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor before, he was extremely shocked that he had such an ability now. The change was too great. "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Who knew that Li Zongjiu would directly stand up and walk out of the door? From the looks of it, it seemed that he wanted to escape. This was Li Zongjiu's Bailu manner. It actually forced Li Zongjiu to such a state. Even Li Zongjiu wouldn't have such a big temper. "Wait a moment. I'm now a member of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's Elders Guild. I'll give your Li family 2 quotas next year." Ling Yan stopped Li Zongjiu. "The Elders Guild? Let's not talk about what this Elders Guild does. Anyway, Ling Yan and I will definitely be able to get some benefits. That's why he came to Li Zongjiu." 3. Li Zongjiu turned around and said, "Deal." Ling Yan suddenly revealed a treacherous smile and high-fived Li Zongjiu. Obviously, this quota was already set in Ling Yan's heart. No matter how many quotas Li Zongjiu said, he would agree. Thinking back, this Ling Yan also liked to use these tricks to set a trap for Li Zongjiu. At that time, he tricked Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erasher to participate in some trial and went to White Blaze Mountain. He had also used some sort of quota to trick Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about these. As long as it was beneficial to the development of the Li family, Li Zongjiu was willing to accept it. Moreover, although Li Zongjiu was a top alchemist, if he specially taught 1 or 2 people, it was possible to use his own method to forcibly create a genius. However, if he wanted to nurture the Li family's disciples, he would send all of them to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to receive the systematic learning and training. After they came out, they would have a higher plasticity. This was why no matter if you were a genius or not, you still had to go to the academy to study. In the early stages, your talent might allow you to be ahead of ordinary people. However, after that, it was very likely that the gap between you and others would quickly be pulled apart. Learning was also particular about the method. Furthermore, in this academy, other than being able to learn knowledge, it also taught you how to understand and learn on your own. "Young master, something happened." Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan had just finished talking when they saw Xiao Zhao walk in with a dignified face. Even Xiao Zhao said that something happened. It must be an extremely serious matter. "I won't send you off. I have something to deal with here," Li Zongjiu said to Ling Yan. Ling Yan could see Li Zongjiu's serious expression and knew that this matter might not be so simple. Okay, but Li Zongjiu, remember, if there's anything you need, don't be shy. Sister will protect you. Ling Yan patted her chest and said, Okay. Chapter 999. After Ling Yan left, Xiao Zhao also quickly came in front of Li Zongjiu. Young master, early this morning, one of our casinos was massacred. 27 people died in the casino. Xiao Zhao's face was dignified. 27 people died. They even directly stepped on Li Zongjiu's territory and killed all the people in the casino. Let's go. Li Zongjiu's eyes were suddenly filled with a murderous aura, but it didn't burst out directly, because Li Zongjiu knew that this day would come sooner or later. When Li Zongjiu went out, he found that Qi Yanran also came to Li Zongjiu. Something happened? Seeing Li Zongjiu's expression, Qi Yanran already felt something. Qi Yanran didn't say anything and directly followed Li Zongjiu. The three of them didn't make a big fuss and directly came to the place where the incident happened. The incident happened in a small casino under Bo Yu Casino. The business of this casino was not bad, but it was just a small amount of money. However, since there was such a beginning, it must continue to become serious. Obviously, this was a warning. Tai Feihe and the others had arrived a long time ago and sealed off the news of this place. All the corpses were neatly placed on the ground and covered with white cloth. When Li Zongjiu and the other two arrived, Tai Fei also quickly came forward to greet them and told them the situation here. 28 people died. Just now, a child's body was found under the bed. There were no wounds on the deceased's body, and there were no signs of fighting around. It seemed that they were all shocked to death in an instant. Tai Fei said in a deep voice. Even if he had been in this business for so many years, he had never seen such a scene. Everyone fell directly, and even the cards on the table were not touched. Therefore, Tai Fei was so shocked. There were less than 10 gambling tables in this casino. Li Zongjiu checked the condition of these dead people. Although the appearance is intact, the soul was shattered in an instant. Li Zongjiu said. The strength of these people was only ordinary. To be able to do this, the primitive emperor realm was enough. They actually played tricks on Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's eyes became cold. There was no doubt that these people were the life and death servants mentioned by Wan Yulan. Li Zongjiu's previous life had seen the means of these life and death servants, but the arrogance in other places had nothing to do with Li Zongjiu. Since they came today, he would definitely treat them well. Who was it that did this? When Qi Yanran saw the body of the last child, she was even more furious. She had lost her humanity. The assassins of Black Canal Basilica are called life and death servant. Li Zongjiu replied. Black Canal Basilica again. Do they think that there is no one in the Xingyan dynasty? Even Qi Yanran, who was always calm and collected, was completely enraged. Obviously, these people were in big trouble. Settle the families of these people. If you find anything suspicious, come and tell me directly. Don't act on your own. Yes, young master, Tai Feihe replied. Previously, they had wanted to hunt down the two top-notch assassins, but in the end, they had been taken down by the assassins. This made Tai Feihe and the others feel extremely ashamed. Not only had they failed to complete their mission perfectly, but they had also messed it up. The main thing was that the current opponents were more powerful than the previous one. There was no way to deal with them at all. They could only fight hard. The level of the enemies that Li Zongjiu was facing now was not something that Tai Fei and others could resist at all. Li Zongjiu naturally noticed this. If it was ordinary things, it was possible to let these people handle it. However, when it came to the real top forces, they still needed stronger people. It seems that I have to get a group of masters. Li Zongjiu had countless elixir recipes. It was easy for him to create some strong people. However, before that, he had to make sure that these people could really be used. Yanran, these days your Qi family should pay attention to them. I will find them as soon as possible, Li Zongjiu said. Of course, Qi Yanran knew what Li Zongjiu meant. After all, the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. Since the enemy was so ruthless, it was hard to say what they would do that might be unfavorable to the Qi family. Don't worry. Our Qi family is not that simple. Qi Yanran gave Li Zongjiu a reassuring look. Not only would Li Zongjiu work hard to find the whereabouts of these people, Qi Yanran would also not let them go. Li Zongjiu was not that worried about Qi Yanran's safety. After all, Qi Yanran's strength was in addition to the protection of the desolate heaven essence. It should not be a big problem. After letting Qi Yanran go back first, Li Zongjiu was also thinking that he should find an opportunity to help Qi Yanran subdue a meta-beast. This way they could more or less take care of each other to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, if he wanted to find a meta-beast, of course, he would have to find a meta-beast of the Sovereign Realm. Currently, these meta-beasts of the Sovereign Realm would not be of much use. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had subdued a few meta-beasts of the Sovereign Realm. However, in Li Zongjiu's opinion, these meta-beasts were still too weak. Therefore, he dismissed them and allowed them to go wherever they wanted. However, there were still a few meta-beasts that were unwilling to leave. They stood guard in front of Li Zongjiu's mountain gate. After all, following Li Zongjiu would give them elixir pills to eat. If he was in a good mood and the gate was well guarded, he would directly reward them with elixir pills that were equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? In the outskirts of the city, beside a shallow mountain forest, 5 figures gathered. One of them held a drawing in his hand. On it was a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Qi Yanran. Tonight, the two of you, bring this woman's head and hang it at the entrance of Bailu Manor. The leader's tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about having dinner together at night. Hearing these words made one's hair stand on end. However, the other 4 people nodded their heads as if nothing had happened. Just as the 5 of them were waiting, another 5 figures quickly leaped out from the water current. There was not a single drop of water on their bodies as they landed on the ground. How is the completion of the mission? The leader of the life and death servants asked. His gaze was indifferent and empty, as if 2 deep abysses could make one sink into it. It has been investigated clearly. Li Zongjiu has already received the signal. There are 2 level 3 Origin Emperor beasts, Black Wind Blood Shadow Condors, in his residence. A level 7 Origin Emperor Expert and a level 2 Origin Emperor Expert. Other than that, there are no other experts. Very good. The bishop's mission is to intimidate the sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zongjiu is arrogant and rampant. Then we will be even more rampant than him. Chapter 1000. Black Canal Basilica wouldn't summon the life and death servant unless it was absolutely necessary. One had to know that these life and death servants had always been lawless and arrogant. Once they were released, there was no telling what they would do. It was hard to predict what they would do. It could be said that there would be endless troubles in the future. However, there was generally no problem in completing the mission. It didn't matter how much of a stir they could cause in the end. Anyway, there was Black Canal Basilica behind them. No matter what kind of trouble they caused, it wouldn't be a problem. Wan Yulan had also stealthily arrived at the casino that had been exterminated in the morning. After taking a look around, she knew that this was the work of the life-death servant. They killed people without leaving a trace. Very few people had the opportunity to exchange blows with these life-death servants. They were integrated with the talent of the demon race and could come and go freely in the darkness. This is... Wan Yulan saw a little bit of yellow soil on the floor and pinched it. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes flashed. This was the aura of the soil left behind by the life and death servants. It wasn't too difficult to find the source. The aura of the soil formed in each area was different. Everything in the world had spirituality. Therefore, when Wan Yulan found an aura that didn't fit in here, she found the soil. At the same time, Wan Yulan also released her mental strength. After all, she was a mental strength master at the primitive emperor level. When the mental power was displayed, it was as if a mighty wind was constantly passing through this space, brushing past everyone's body. Found it. Wan Yulan's mental strength sensed that among the extremely mixed aura in the surrounding area, she found an extremely weak one, but at least it matched the conditions of the soil in her hand. It's in the suburbs. Wan Yulan immediately locked on to the location. Although Wan Yulan found the location, it was definitely impossible for Wan Yulan to face these people alone. Any one of them would be enough to trouble Wan Yulan. Just as Wan Yulan was about to retract her spiritual power, however, he suddenly felt a wave of mental strength coming to find him. What? Wan Yulan could feel the strength of this mental energy. It was even stronger than her own. The two mental energies shuttled back and forth in the void. Clearly, Wan Yulan's mental energy control was not as strong as her opponent's. Boom! A wisp of power actually followed some clues and directly found Wan Yulan's body. This caused Wan Yulan to be incomparably shocked. This person's method was so covert and many times better than hers. This person must be an old monster who had cultivated spiritual power for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Oh no! Just as Wan Yulan was about to escape from this place, with a boom, a powerful aura directly suppressed everything within 100 meters of Wan Yulan. A figure landed. It was none other than Li Zhongjiu. It's you. Li Zhongjiu saw Wan Yulan here. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had felt a wave of mental energy spying on him. This wave of mental energy was very well hidden. Even some primitive emperor experts who were not proficient in mental energy would find it difficult to sense the existence of this wave of mental energy. However, no matter how subtle the movement was, there was no way to escape Li Zhongjiu's detection. He directly caught the owner of this mental energy, which was Wan Yulan. Your mental energy. How is this possible? Wan Yulan looked at Li Zhongjiu in extreme shock. She could not believe that Li Zhongjiu's mental energy could reach such a terrifying level. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu's mental energy cultivation was obviously above hers. Li Zhongjiu was incomparably outstanding, whether it was his talent in alchemy or his innate talent in origin energy. When these two aspects were raised to the same level and both broke through, it could already be considered the pinnacle of one's life. Now, Wan Yulan unexpectedly discovered that Li Zhongjiu's mental energy was actually stronger than hers. She majored in mental energy. What kind of freak was Li Zhongjiu? A triple cultivation genius? It was simply terrifying. The latter could not help but shudder. The Heichu Sacred Hall is causing chaos in the Heichu dynasty, causing the people of the Heichu dynasty to have no way of making a living. The purpose of the Marquis Wanyong's residence is to eradicate the Heichu Sacred Hall. If we can kill these death servants, we can definitely expose the Heichu Sacred Hall. Wan Yulan revealed the true purpose of her trip. It turned out that she wanted to borrow Li Zhongjiu's strength to eradicate these life and death servants and force the Black Canal Basilica to make a bigger move. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. All along, the Black Canal Basilica had been as stable as Mount Tai. No one dared to make a move within the Heichu dynasty. There was no series of fuses that could be ignited. At this moment, Wan Yulan had come to expose this flaw. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Wan Yulan. It was not so easy to take advantage of this situation. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu hated it when others took advantage of him. I have found their location. The Marquis of Wanyong will not take advantage of you. Once the Black Canal Basilica is dealt with, your Li family will be my Marquis of Wanyong's forever friend. Wan Yulan said faintly. The Black Canal Basilica will definitely die. If you want to stay in the city, you have to show the corresponding ability. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Wan Yulan and said, I have found their location. Wan Yulan smiled confidently and pinched a piece of soil in her hand. When Li Zhongjiu saw the soil, he already knew what method Wan Yulan used. She was indeed a spiritual master to be so sensitive in this aspect. Let's go. The two of them rushed towards the outskirts. Boom! Two figures flashed across the sky. Many people on the ground raised their heads to look at the things that flew out and were shocked. There were actually people who dared to fly around so brazenly in the sacred flame imperial city. They were simply rebelling. In the outskirts, just now, when Wan Yulan's mental energy had appeared, the life and death servants had also sensed it. Immediately, the guard captain sneered. If I'm not wrong, this spying power should be that girl from the Marquis of Wanyong's Marquis mansion. I didn't expect the Marquis of Wanyong's mansion to be involved. Then, the guard captain waved his hand. The five of you, go and prepare for tonight's operation. You must bring me the other party's head. Yes. Immediately, the five of them left the place. The two of you, go into the city and find that stinky girl. Yes. Another two of them went into the city. The remaining two were in charge of guarding the place because the guard captain needed to cultivate. At this moment, he had also caught a few young and beautiful women in the cave. They were good materials for cultivation. The two of you, guard the entrance. I'm going to cultivate. Yes, guard captain. Chapter 1001. Two life and death servants were guarding the entrance of the cave. At this moment, there were some extremely painful and hysterical screams coming from the cave. The two life and death servants didn't have the slightest change in their expressions. It was as if they had experienced this scene countless times. Huh! Suddenly, there were some weak vibrations in the air. At this moment of surprise, these weak vibrations directly changed and became quite strong. Boom! Be careful! Sensing the incoming threat, the two of them stood up instantly. However, just as they stood up, they saw a bolt of lightning surging towards them. Boom! In an instant, this terrifying explosive force spread out. It directly blew up the surrounding ground. The intense explosion also released a huge amount of fire, which instantly trapped the two of them. Amidst the flames of the explosion, the two of them retreated rapidly. If not for this, whoosh, whoosh, two figures landed. It was Li Zhongjiu and Wan Yulan. Just now, Li Zhongjiu directly released a lightning from hundreds of meters away. Wan Yulan was also extremely worried about Li Zhongjiu's personality. He didn't even say a word and directly rushed up to fight fiercely. After Li Zhongjiu landed, without saying a word, he directly rushed into the fire and dust with the small black hammer in his hand. Boom! Under another loud noise, Wan Yulan saw a figure directly flew out. Half of his head was directly chopped off. Blood was constantly flowing out, and his body was already charred black. Obviously, he was burned like this under the power of the lightning just now. Boom! In the midst of the dust, there was another roar of explosion. The surrounding dust was directly blown away, and a powerful airwave spread out in all directions. This time, Wan Yulan saw clearly that one of the life and death servants was caught by Li Zhongjiu. Just now, Li Zhongjiu directly smashed the latter's body with his hammer. His head was still there, but the other half of his body was completely destroyed. The life and death servant's body is as hard as a mountain, yet it was beaten to such a state so easily. When Wan Yulan saw the miserable state of the two life and death servants, she was immediately shocked. She thought that it would be a tough battle, but she didn't expect that such a situation would occur. You must be Li Zhongjiu. The guard captain walked out of the ruins. 6 corpses lay at his feet. These 6 people had already lost their chance to live the moment they caught the eye of the guard captain. Li Zhongjiu did not care how many people the other party had killed. In terms of killing people, there was really nothing to compare with Li Zhongjiu. What Li Zhongjiu cared about was the fact that the others were not here. Since they were not here, he could only send these 3 people to heaven first. It seems that you still don't know who I am. Li Zhongjiu casually threw the corpse in his hand to the ground. Holding the black dragon hammer in his hand, he suddenly rushed forward and killed the guard captain. Seeing that Li Zongjio was the kind of person who didn't speak much, the guard captain smiled cruelly and activated his own strength. A domineering force condensed from his body and was instantly released. Facing the front, he punched out. This fist contained an extremely domineering force. The surrounding yuan power instantly condensed and formed a black energy vortex, which directly surrounded Li Zongjio. The terrifying movement of the attack had already made Wan Yulan feel a trace of fear. If one was sucked into this vortex, one's life would be lost instantly. Even if one's mental strength was strong, if one was sucked into this black vortex, everything would be devoured. But there were always exceptions. For example, the Black Dragon Hammer in Li Zongjio's hand. Ever since the curse of the Black Dragon Hammer was broken, Li Zongjio had never really displayed the true power of the Black Dragon Hammer. At this moment, in this terrifying vortex, Li Zongjio's Black Dragon Hammer suddenly erupted with a terrifying force. Suddenly, the force of thunder was like a spider web, instantly covering the entire vortex and forcibly breaking through it. Explode. Immediately, Li Zongjio waved the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand twice in succession. Each time, it was almost as if he was resisting the terrifying pressure in the air, releasing this force. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided. Naturally, there was damage. Even Li Zongjio suffered a lot of backlash and took 2 steps back. On the other hand, the guard captain directly took more than 10 steps back. Finally, he fell to the ground on his butt. The ground where the two of them collided had completely collapsed, forming a deep crevice. Mountain flipping golden seal. Li Zongjio had no intention of checking the opponent's condition. He immediately displayed this force, and immediately, a huge golden palm print fell towards the life and death servant. Bang! The guard captain's figure fled into the distance. However, he was once again injured by the aftermath of Li Zongjio's attack. After all, it was a Saint Stage Yuan skill. Want to run? It was just a preliminary exchange, but the guard captain already knew that Li Zongjio's strength was not so easy to resist, so he wanted to leave this place quickly. Li Zongjio was about to give chase, but suddenly, the life and death servant, who had more than half of his body blown away, swung his blade towards Li Zongjio. Clang! The opponent's blade slashed Li Zongjio's neck. However, Li Zongjio's blade was directly shattered. Li Zongjio aimed at the head of the life and death servant and hammered it down. Bang! The hammer fell and completely smashed the head of the life and death servant. Li Zongjio's hand was also holding a pile of broken bones. In reality, as long as the head of these life and death servants were smashed, how could there be so many life and death servants? Did they really think that they were so awesome? In Li Zongjio's hands, who knows how many ancient devils he had killed? Why would he be afraid of you, who had only absorbed a little bit of the devil's power? Some unscrupulous people dared to be arrogant and unbridled in front of Li Zongjio. Looking in the direction that the last life and death servant had fled, Li Zongjio's brows furrowed. You escaped quickly, but where can you escape to in this place? In the sky, 2 huge figures were circling somewhere. After receiving the order, they directly swooped down in a direction. Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor. After all, this was their home ground, and the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor's speed was still very fast. Even if something happened in White Deer Manor, they could still make a trip back. This, Wan Yulan was originally prepared for a fierce battle. But seeing Li Zongjio rush down and kill 2 of the 3 life and death servants in less than 5 minutes, if the other one took the initiative to escape, it would be difficult for him to survive. Li Zongjio's strength was too terrifying. No wonder the name of Evil Lord is not false. Chapter 1002. Wait a minute, when I was probing with my mental power, I heard that they were going to kill someone, huh? Li Zongjio looked at Wan Yulan and saw Wan Yulan taking out a picture from one of the bodies. The person in the picture was Qi Yanran. Obviously, these people not only wanted to kill Li Zongjio, but also wanted to kill Qi Yanran. Fuck, Li Zhongjiu immediately stomped the half-dead body under his foot into smithereens. The two Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors continued to pursue the escaping people. The average strength of these life and death servants was only at the 3rd grade Origin Emperor realm. The person who attacked just now was slightly stronger, but he was only at the 6th grade Origin Emperor realm. With these abilities, they wanted to behave atrociously in front of Li Zhongjiu. No one knew where these people got their courage from. Li Zhongjiu directly rushed to the Qi clan. At this moment, the Qi clan was under attack by these people. When the 5 life and death servants broke into the Qi clan's territory, it was as if they had entered a no-man's land. They easily killed the Qi clan's guards who came to stop them. The Qi clan's elders quickly set up a formation, but it was easily blocked by one of the 5 life and death servants. Go, summon the ancestral formation. The sudden appearance of these people made Qi Shaohun understand that he needed to treat them seriously. If they continued to kill, the Qi clan would soon be annihilated. Want to run? I'm not interested in playing with you. Die. Elder Qi Feiyu turned around and wanted to open the ancestral formation, but the life and death servant directly struck him with a palm. Just this palm alone was enough to take Elder Qi Feiyu's life. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. Whoosh! Bang! A beam of white light came from afar and dispersed the power. Qi Yanran, dressed in white, descended from the sky and blocked the Qi clan's elders. Seeing Qi Yanran appear, the rest of the people also showed a smile. You finally appeared. If you had come out earlier, your Qi clan wouldn't have lost so many people. The life and death servants immediately laughed. Another person made a move, and the two joined forces to force Qi Yanran. Be careful, I'll deal with one. Qi Shaohun approached Qi Yanran and said. He was also very curious about the weapon in Qi Yanran's hand. He felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Leave it to me. Qi Yanran blocked Qi Shaohun, who was about to attack. She waved the desolate heaven essence in her hand and shot it at the two of them. The whip formed from the desolate heaven essence was extremely painful when it struck a person's body. Bang bang bang! The 3 of them were locked in battle. Although the life and death servants were powerful, they did not dare to rashly receive Qi Yanran's desolate heaven essence. Qi Shaohun and company saw Qi Yanran block the 2 experts by herself. They were also extremely shocked. Since when did Yanran have such good skills? This strength, when did he break through? Qi Shaohun only felt that Qi Yanran's strength had broken through and become more powerful, but he didn't know to what extent Qi Yanran's strength had improved. Go! Even if it was a small team, there would still be a leader. The leader ordered and another person joined in to attack Qi Yanran. The addition of the 3 immediately increased the pressure on Qi Yanran. Moreover, the battle between the 4 of them immediately caused the surrounding fluctuations to become extremely dangerous. If one were to take the risk to barge in, they would be seriously injured if they were not careful. In such a crazy situation, even Qi Shaohun did not dare to act rashly. The commotion is too big. Let's deal with her family. The 4th person also rushed out directly, and his purpose was not to fight with Qi Yanran. He never thought that Qi Yanran would have such ability. Killing Qi Shaohun and company would definitely distract Qi Yanran and make her lose her strength. This was the effect he wanted. Family head, retreat. Seeing the 4th person rushing over, many elders of the Qi family also rushed forward and protected Qi Shaohun behind them. Then all of you will die together. The life and death servant took out a triangular blade and stabbed it forward. How could Qi Shaohun watch his family's elders die in front of him? He directly used his Yuan force and pushed the elders in front of him away. Get out of the way. I will fight it out with him. Qi Shaohun summoned his longevity tree original spirit. The longevity tree original spirit seemed to have transformed into a treant. It stretched out countless branches and wrapped around the person in front of it. Family head, you can't. This was a way to self-destruct. After trapping the enemy and self-destructing in such a way, the enemy would not be able to escape. At least, it could guarantee that both sides would perish together. You want to perish together with me? The life and death servant sneered and rushed into the trap set by Qi Xiaohun without hesitation. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. It directly struck Qi Xiaohun. Qi Xiaohun's body was instantly paralyzed. The longevity tree's movement also became stiff. Seeing this, the life and death servant directly stabbed the triangular blade in his hand at Qi Xiaohun's chest. Ding! The Mitsubishi thorn seemed to have hit an iron plate, and a crisp sound of collision rang out. Huh! The life and death servant was stunned. When he looked at it, a figure appeared in front of him. Pung! The triangular blade in his hand was broken by a strange force. After it was broken, the figure stabbed the blade in his hand. The life and death servant quickly raised his hand to block. However, he was kicked in the chest and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You're finally here. Qi Xiaohun's mouth was still trembling. His teeth were chattering. Next time, can you electrocute him? Li Zongjiu had intended to electrocute him. However, seeing Qi Xiaohun's self-destruct state, it seemed that he was almost ready. If he did not interrupt him, he might really explode. As long as his head did not explode, he could recover. Qi Xiaohun would have died for nothing. You can't die so casually now. Yanran, come back, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Qi Yanran shook the desolate heaven essence in her hand and forced the three people in front of her back. She quickly returned to Li Zongjiu's side. At this moment, Qi Yanran was panting. Her body was dripping with sweat. The yuan power in her body had been depleted. Under such pressure, Qi Yanran had overdrawn her strength. It was not easy for her to last until now. Even Qi Yanran's body had a few hidden injuries. You're courting death. When Li Zongjiu saw the scars on Qi Yanran's arm, his eyes were already spewing out extremely terrifying flames. Captain, this person seems to be Li Zongjiu. The other four people also returned to the captain's side. Li Zongjiu? Good timing. Kill them all. Chapter 1003. Li Zongjiu glanced at the people in front of him. He frowned. To be honest, it's really hard for me to think of a solution. To torture you. There was a faint chill in his tone. Even Qi Yanran could not help but feel a little cold. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was really angry. The last time he was angry, it was because of the Ancient One. A mere Ancient One had dared to lay his hands on a member of the Li family. Everyone knew what had happened to the Ancient One, as well as the Gu family, who had protected the Ancient One. Everyone could not help but shudder at the thought of the tragic state the Gu family was in. Haha, you don't have to think about making an enemy out of the Black Canal Basilica. You won't live past tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the five of them instantly moved as well. At the same time, they charged towards Li Zongjiu. The five of them joined forces and could feel that the surrounding space was about to explode. With a wave of his hand, Li Zongjiu brought the man before him into his blood-soul hell. If they were to fight in the Qi family, everything in the Qi family would be destroyed, and there was a high chance that others would be hurt. When the five of them entered the blood-soul hell, they could feel the power of blood around them. At this moment, they were envious and excited because these people had climbed out of countless blood seas. The bloodier the scene and atmosphere, the more excited they were. They could treat this place as their home ground for battle. What an idiot! Your realm attribute is tailor-made for us, the leader of the life and death servants said. They had never seen such a situation. They could not believe that someone would be so suicidal. Is that so? Then you'll have to enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, behind Li Zongjiu, three gigantic dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared. Holding the black dragon hammer, they sneered and stared at the people in front of them. When they saw this scene, the five life and death servants were obviously shocked. Soon, from the surrounding blood sea, many blood ghosts immediately crawled out. After Li Zongjiu killed these blood ghosts, He directly buried them in the blood-soul domain and refined them into puppets that only had energy and could be controlled by Li Zongjiu at will. After entering the blood-soul hell, there had never been anyone who could come out alive. The 5 of them immediately felt great pressure. Li Zongjiu seemed to be more powerful than the legends said. After an hour, Li Zongjiu appeared in the Qi family's courtyard. When the Qi family members saw him, they were all shocked. Because 6 people disappeared at the same time, only Li Zongjiu appeared in the end. Wasn't the meaning of this very obvious? They're all dead? Qi Shaohun and the others looked at Li Zongjiu and couldn't believe their eyes. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu ended the battle too quickly. If the opponents wanted to escape, it wouldn't be a problem. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, they still had no chance to escape. They're all enjoying it. Li Zongjiu didn't actually do anything. He only crippled their cultivation, amplified their senses, and spared their lives. Every day, he let the countless blood ghosts gnaw on their bodies, and the next day, their bodies would be restored. It seemed to be an understatement, but when you really face it, you will feel the horror and despair. The feeling of wanting to die but not being able to do so will be vividly felt. These people came for me. I didn't expect to bring you trouble. Li Zongjiu also felt sorry. After all, this matter was indeed caused by Li Zongjiu. He didn't expect these people to directly target Qi Yanran. Fortunately, he came in time today. These people were all dead. If he came a little later, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is no family that didn't grow up in the wind and rain. This is nothing. Qi Shaohun said very frankly. Although this kind of thing was dangerous, it was also the danger that made people realize their own shortcomings. This way, they would work harder to improve their strength. They wouldn't sit here and think that they were infallible all day long. It was a good opportunity to let these people beat the Qi family. This matter, I will solve it as soon as possible, Li Zongjiu said. How do you know they are here? Qi Yanran suddenly asked. When these people took action, they had directly isolated the Qi family's courtyard. This was a common method when they were carrying out tasks. If Li Zongjiu wasn't nearby, it would be difficult for him to know what happened here. However, Li Zongjiu came so quickly. Not good. Li Zongjiu immediately remembered that Wan Yulan didn't follow them. If Wan Yulan's mental strength could detect the other party, they might have already detected Wan Yulan's traces. Now that Wan Yulan returned to the city, she would definitely be targeted by the other party. I will go first. You guys be careful, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he directly jumped up and immediately used his mental strength to search for Wan Yulan's whereabouts in the city. Soon, he found the traces left by Wan Yulan. Then, he quickly chased after her. Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu's hurriedly leaving and knew that something must have happened to Li Zongjiu. These people were so arrogant that they dared to openly attack her family. Black Canal Basilica, you have provoked the wrong people. Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with a cold light. Tonight, the Qi family had escaped a disaster, but the danger they encountered was self-evident. It seemed that the situation in the continent was getting more and more dangerous. They had to increase the strength of the family as soon as possible. Qi Shaohun was also worried sick. Although he was about to break through to the Origin Emperor realm, he was still a step away. The effect of the elixir was still suppressed in his body, and he didn't dare to make the final push. However, it seemed that if he continued to delay today, it would bring more trouble. I will go into seclusion for 3 days. All the family matters will be temporarily handled by the Great Elder. After saying that, Qi Shaohun went into seclusion. Qi Yanran also didn't leave the Qi family. After swallowing the elixir, she stayed in the Qi family to take care of things. There might be people coming back in the next few days, so she had to be on guard. In the Qi family, excluding those old ancestors who had yet to come out of seclusion. Currently, the strongest one was Qi Yanran. Today's battle also allowed Qi Yanran to show her terrifying strength, which made the elders of the Qi family feel refreshed. She was indeed Li Zongjiu's woman. Chapter 1004. Wang Yulan's figure landed on the ground and immediately disappeared. The surrounding power also entered a state of concealment at this moment, allowing Wang Yulan's figure to completely blend into the surroundings. It seemed that after landing, she had directly disappeared. Two figures chased after her. When they landed, they realized that they had lost track of Wang Yulan. "Can you escape?" One of them sneered and brazenly pulled out his sword. Immediately, an extremely frightening power erupted and slashed down in front of him. Boom! Instantly, the terrifying saber qi smashed the road and the houses in front of him into pieces as if they were rotten wood. A fierce gale passed through, ferocious as ever. Amidst the countless flying sand and rocks, a figure was finally forced out. The powerful force impacted Wang Yulan's defensive barrier, and also caused Wang Yulan's aura to be extremely chaotic. Her figure quickly retreated, wanting to escape into the distance. Whoosh! Who would have thought that another figure would appear behind him? The two of them, one in front and one behind, sandwiched Wang Yulan. "You can't escape, right? How dare a member of the Wan family do something against the Xingyan dynasty? Your Wan family will be exterminated." The life and death servant recognized Wang Yulan. After all, these people were the focus of their attention, and even needed to be carefully monitored. In fact, there were even a few times when they were ready to take action. After all, how could the Black Canal Basilica not know the intentions of Wang Yonggong and the others? It was just that they didn't have the opportunity. Now that Wang Yulan had taken the initiative to come to their door, it gave them an ironclad evidence. After returning, they could immediately suppress the Wan family. Wang Yulan's eyes didn't have the slightest hint of panic. The two in front of her were third-grade primitive emperors. If they were to fight under normal circumstances, Wang Yulan could barely escape from the hands of one of them. Now that the two of them had joined hands, the chances of her escaping were very small. Unless she used a secret weapon. But that was only used as a last resort. Moreover, Wang Yulan, who had escaped along the way, had left behind countless traces of signals. It would only take a moment for reinforcements to arrive. He did not panic at all. Although she couldn't completely leave her life in someone else's hands, Wang Yulan felt that he would definitely be the one to do it. "I advise you all to flee quickly. Otherwise, you may not even be able to return to the Haiku dynasty." Wang Yulan looked at the two of them and said indifferently. However, in their eyes, Wang Yulan was just pretending to be calm. "I've heard that the women of the Wan family all have short lives. Today, I'm going to enjoy how short your life is. Using women's blood to cultivate would be even more beneficial to them. What's more, this was the blood of a spirit master. It would be a waste to kill it." Just as the two of them were about to make their move, the Wang Yulan laughed and said to the air, "You're here." "Here?" The two life and death servants sensed that there was no movement. "Trying to scare us. Go." The two of them rushed towards Wang Yulan without hesitation. Who knew what tricks this woman would play? It was better to take her down first. Only then would they be more secure. After the two of them rushed up, they found that Wang Yulan was actually standing still. The scene was a little strange. However, the two of them still slashed towards Wang Yulan's head. Boom! Boom! 2 lightning bolts fell from the sky. The emergence of the lightning lit up half of the sky. One of the life and death servants saw a shadow on the ground flashing past. However, the lightning had already locked onto them. There was no chance for them to escape. They could only use all their strength to block the attack. Bang! Bang! The two of them flew backwards. Their bodies were charred black. However, under the suppression of the two of them, they quickly returned to normal. Looking in front of them, a young man stood in front of them, holding a small black hammer in his hand. The lightning just now was summoned by this young man. Another one came to die. The two of them looked at each other. Although the lightning just now was powerful, it wasn't that easy to kill them. "Are you okay?" Li Zongjiu looked back at Wan Yulan, who looked a little embarrassed. This was probably the difference in strength. With Wan Yulan's strength, facing the two of them, the only way out was to escape. However, just now, Li Zongjiu easily dealt with the 4 life and death servant. Wan Yulan had always thought that besides alchemy, the gap between her and Li Zongjiu should not be too big. Even in alchemy, Wan Yulan was not weak. It was just that she was not as outstanding as Li Zongjiu. She spent more energy on cultivating her mental strength. However, looking at Li Zongjiu now, there was almost nothing that the latter could not do. He was already an almost invincible existence. As long as Li Zongjiu was given time, as long as he could continue to live, there would be a supreme being in this world sooner or later. This supreme being was naturally Li Zongjiu. Unfortunately, what Wan Yulan did not know was that in his previous life, Li Zongjiu had already reached the supreme being realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the supreme being realm. He was invincible in the world. I'm fine. You have to be careful. Wan Yulan shook her head and said. After seeing Li Zongjiu, she was willing to let go of the stone that was hanging in her heart. Even if it was someone else who came, Wan Yulan did not dare to be at ease. Such a psychological change also made Wan Yulan puzzled. How can this be? How can I have a sense of dependence on others? Wan Yulan thought in her heart. This kind of mood was really too strange. Li Zongjiu looked at the 2 life and death servants. Including the 2 of you, there are a total of 10. How many people like you are there? Let them come together, so that I don't have to find them one by one. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. 10 people? How did this kid know their number? Li Zongjiu's words surprised the 2 of them. Could it be that this kid was actually bluffing, or was it just a guess? How do you know the number of 10? At the beginning, I killed 2 in the suburbs and 1 escaped. Just now, I killed 5 in the Qi family. Including the 2 of you, isn't that 10? So, there are only 10 of you in total. Li Zongjiu looked at the 2 in front of him. Alright, you 2 can go to hell first. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand and brought the 2 of them into the blood-soul hell. Like the people who had just started, the 2 of them were also excited. But soon, the 2 of them could not be excited anymore. 5 figures were trapped on top of a blood wall in front of them. Countless blood ghosts were tearing at their flesh and gnawing at them. Blood was dripping, but the flesh that was bitten off quickly grew back. This kind of living pain did not stop. Most importantly, these 5 people were the life and death servants. Chapter 1005. The situation in front of them had already scared them out of their wit. They had been vicious and merciless for so many years, and had long made a name for themselves. They had seen all kinds of ruthless people, but the current situation was clearly about to teach them a lesson. In other words, they had never seen such a situation before. There are 2 seats next to it. They're reserved for you. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and took away their weapons. The blood ghosts in the blood-soul hell completely engulfed them. A moment later, 2 more figures appeared on the blood wall. Obviously, at the beginning, they were still able to retain some consciousness, but later, they would rather have no meaning now. They would rather have their souls scattered than continue to stay in such a place. Every second was like 10,000 years of torture. Li Zongjiu left the blood-soul hell. Wan Yulan, on the other hand, found a place to hide first. She did not immediately leave, nor did she immediately enter a state of healing. If she discovered that Li Zongjiu had been killed in the end, during the process of healing, she would definitely be killed. Wouldn't that be terrible? He wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Therefore, Wan Yulan maintained a vigilant state. When she saw Li Zongjiu appear, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. The moment she heaved a sigh of relief, a wave of dizziness immediately swept over her. Immediately, Wan Yulan lost her balance and fainted. Li Zongjiu supported her and checked her condition. He found that Wan Yulan's condition was not serious. It was just that she had overdrawn her mental strength and was highly nervous, which caused her to collapse. Another woman. Looking at the unconscious Wan Yulan, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how ruthless and cold Li Zongju was, he could not just throw Wan Yulan to the ground. In the end, Li Zongjiu could only bring her back first. He brought Wan Yulan to the White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao saw that his young master had brought back another woman. Find someone to settle her down. Li Zongjiu handed Wan Yulan to Xiao Zhao. Young master, she's from the Haiku dynasty. Just settle her down. She will recover on her own. Yes, young master. Xiao Zhao hurriedly asked someone to carry Wan Yulan away. The White Deer Manor was now vast, with more than 100 houses in the 4 courtyards. Just the number of guest rooms exceeded 2,000. After all, the White Deer Manor wouldn't be so simple in the future. When the time came, there would definitely be a lot of hangers-on coming to the manor. The so-called guests were idle cultivators. When they could not afford to support themselves, they would seek refuge from other forces and use their abilities to exchange for some benefit. In fact, the only proper guest in the White Deer Manor was Nangong Wuji, because he was invited by Li Zongjiu and given some benefit. There was also Hong Shi-san. This old man was not bad. Anyway, he was able to live until now because of Li Zongjiu's help in avenging him. Although the Xianyuan sect was still around and had not been destroyed, Sect Master Gong Wuliang had already died in Li Zongjiu's hands. Li Zongjiu had already taken his revenge. There was no need to massacre the entire Xianyuan sect. Moreover, if they rashly attacked the sect, the situation would be uncertain. After all, a sect was a sect. Li Zongjiu would not easily make a move unless he had no other choice. Back then, the Ardent Earth sect was really courting death. Therefore, Li Zongjiu taught them a lesson. The lesson resulted in the destruction of the sect. This lesson was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. In this lifetime, after handing the person over to Xiao Zhao, Li Zongjiu did not rest. Li Zongjiu had obtained accurate information from the person from the Bloody Soul Hell. A total of 10 people had come this time. The strongest one was the guard captain who had escaped just now. Since he was already here, of course, he had to properly entertain this guard captain. The Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor summoned him in his mind. Li Zongjiu quickly locked onto the location. This kid was really good at hiding. He was actually hiding in a rock cave under a river. Fortunately, the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor was also a meta beast that was familiar with water. The 2 Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors had completely surrounded the person. Let's throw him out first. Li Zongjiu's figure was in the air as he stared at the river below. After receiving the order, the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor immediately launched an attack excitedly. Ever since they had arrived at the Sacred Flame Royal City, although these meta beasts had been eating and drinking well, they had not fought for too long. Hence, their bones were inevitably a little stiff. To these meta beasts, this kind of bloody battle was the most enjoyable. Occasionally, they would be injured to stimulate their bloodlust. Beep! A clear and loud cry that was filled with penetrating power rang out. The river below suddenly exploded into a huge wave that was a few 100 meters tall. When the wave soared into the sky and fell back down, it turned into terrifying icicles that instantly fell down. It was as if countless cannonballs had been shot into the water. Bang, bang, bang! The guard captain who was recovering in the water immediately felt the earth shaking and the undercurrent surging. At the same time, there were countless icicles flying towards his body. This made the guard captain rather nervous. I've been discovered. The guard captain rushed out. When he saw the 2 Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors glaring at him in the sky, he was enraged. It's you 2 bastards. Today, I'll cripple you. Immediately, the guard captain, who was dressed in black, rushed into the sky. He used his vigorous Yuan power to fight with the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors. The Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors were of the wind and ice attribute. The 2 meta beasts continuously spat out waves of cold air. However, the guard captain was after all stronger. He raised his hand and blocked it. The Black-winged blood shadow condors also continuously ate the guard captain's fists. The terrifying power directly sent the two black-winged blood shadow condors flying and smashed onto the ground. The two meta beasts fought even more fiercely. Even though they were already vomiting blood and their wings were broken, they still continued to pounce on the guard captain. They continued to pester the latter. The guard captain also suffered some serious injuries. His body had already been scratched by the sharp claws of the black-winged blood shadow condors. However, these injuries were nothing to him. "All of you back off. It's been half a day and you can't even deal with a piece of trash." Li Zongjiu saw that the black-winged blood shadow condors were almost done pestering them. If this went on, there would probably be some injuries that were difficult to recover from. Minor injuries were not a problem, but if their origin was damaged, then Li Zongjiu would have to spend a lot of energy to heal the injuries of these two fellows. That was really too troublesome. "It's you." The guard captain of the Death Guard saw Li Zongjiu appear. He immediately opened his eyes wide. Only then did he recall that there were two primitive Emperor-level origin beasts in Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor. These must be the two origin emperors. Why didn't he think of it earlier? "You don't have to run anymore. Gather with your companions." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and released the blood soul hell, sucking the guard in. Chapter 1006. In less than a night's time. The so-called sharp knife of Black Canal Basilica had been completely broken in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Such a team of 10 was so easily defeated by Li Zongjiu. Haiku Dynasty Black Canal Basilica. These life and death servants would wear a life bead on them before they left to carry out a mission. The life bead was not very useful, but it could retain the feedback of the status of life. Even if they were in two different places, they could quickly know the situation of the casualties. It seems that the situation is not very good. 2 of them have already died. The Bishop of Black Canal Sacred Hall looked at the 10 life origin beads in the cabinet in his hand. 2 of them had already been extinguished, while the remaining 8 beads were slightly dimmer than before. But there are at least 8 of them. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with Li Zongjiu. I don't know what will happen if these people are released. Although they are crazy, I don't think they will cause too much trouble. At least on the level of the Xingyan dynasty, they will definitely not be affected. The Xingyan dynasty has a genius like Li Zongjiu, so it will be difficult for them to calm down. It's a good opportunity to use our hands to destroy Li Zongjiu. Yes, let's just wait for the news. Other than counting the offerings that were sent up from below and sitting down to cultivate, the bishops had nothing else to do. Most of the affairs of the dynasty were handled by the imperial court, but if it involved money, manpower, everything had to be reported to the Black Canal Basilica. Little did they know that these people were still enjoying the peace in the Haiku dynasty. However, Li Zongjiu had already taken care of all the life and death servants that had been sent out. However, these people were completely unaware. Xingyan Dynasty. Luoxia City. When Tianfei arrived with the Skyblaze Lion and Skyblaze Python, Li Tianqing could not believe his eyes. The Skyblaze Lion and the Skyblaze Lion were also staring at each other. This is the legendary Skyblaze Lion. Li Tianqing rubbed his eyes. He wanted to go up and pat the Skyblaze Lion's paw, but he dared not. The Heavenly Blaze Lion King technique that Li Tianqing cultivated was derived from the Heavenly Blaze Lion King. Someone had created such a primordial technique by imitating it. Li Tianqing couldn't believe that he would be able to see Yi Futian in person one day. This was probably how he felt. He felt like he was meeting a saint. How dignified was the Skyblaze Lion? How could it be touched by a mere human? However, Li Zongjiu had already set up this mental command. No matter how arrogant or powerful one had to bow their heads in front of Li Zongjiu, because Li Tianqing was Li Zongjiu's father. Hence, the Skyblaze Lion could not help but raise its paw and touch Li Tianqing's. Oh, it's real. This big guy is really powerful. Li Tianqing was so excited that he was spinning on the spot. He looked extremely excited. It was as if he was a child. How old are you? You're still like a child. Lady Shen walked out and saw Li Tianqing's excited look. How is Zhongjiu now? How is he doing in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Did anyone bully him? Go back and tell him that we don't have to go to the Imperial City. It's fine as long as he's fine. Lady Shen said to Tian Fei. You bitch, what are you thinking? Zhongjiu is so capable now. Of course, he has to bring our Li family to greater heights. Li Tianqing was instantly unhappy. His son was so promising. Of course, he had to lead the family to greater height. That way, he would not let his ancestors down. Li Tianqing's father also had such hopes for Li Tianqing back then. However, Li Tianqing was not as capable as Li Zhongjiu. To be able to lead the Li family to the current situation, Li Tianqing had already done his best. He did not expect that such a terrifying monster like Li Zhongjiu would appear. Of course, he had to cherish it. You heartless man. You can't bear to see your child suffer outside. Lady Shen said angrily. What's wrong with a man suffering a little? Who doesn't suffer? Since you're here, you should stay here for a few more days. Tell us about Zhongjiu's recent situation. Let's have a few more drinks tonight. That's settled. Li Tianqing pulled Tian Fei over directly. He did not allow any refusal. Tian Fei was an orphan since he was young. He was brought back to the Xianyuan sect. Now that he was betrayed by the sect, he had long been disheartened by the sect. However, working under Li Zhongjiu, the master and madam treated him like family. This was from the bottom of his heart. It also made Tian Fei feel incomparably touched. Although the Li family was not the family that raised him, it was a place that truly treated him with sincerity. Tian Fei secretly swore in his heart that even if he died, he would protect the Li family. The Skyblaze Lion King and the Skyblaze Python King's bodies were huge, so it was not easy to put them down. Not to mention the appearance of the Sky Hell Python. They had been raising their heads and staring at the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in the backyard. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle swayed its tail gently. In the backyard, it did not dare to move at all. It did not even dare to breathe in the face of the two Origin Emperor Realm meta beasts. Although their master was Li Zhongjiu. However, the difference in levels was simply too great. How would it dare to act recklessly? After a discussion, they also let the two meta beasts live in the Wuxia Alchemy sect. The Wuxia Alchemy sect's territory was big enough. It was best to let the two meta beasts stay there. Moreover, the environment was more suitable. If something happened in Luoxia City, with the speed of the two meta beasts, it would not take long for them to arrive. The Wuxia Alchemy sect welcomed these two great gods. From top to bottom, no one dared to make a sound. The current Wuxia Alchemy sect had not changed much. It was just that they were more careful and fawning on the Li family. If they did not fawn on the Li family within a radius of 10,000 miles, they could only wait to be destroyed. If they did not have this little bit of foresight, they would not be able to do anything. If the Li family was unhappy, no one would be willing to do business with them. Not only would they destroy your family, but they would also cause you to close down. Invisible forces were the most terrifying. The Li family gradually did not have to worry about food and clothing. The most important thing now was to improve their strength. At the same time, some distant relatives of the Li family who had left also gradually returned to the Li family. After all, the Li family had existed for more than 500 years. Some of those who weren't doing too well basically came back directly, causing the Li family's reputation to gradually grow. Of course, for these people who returned, they also needed to be carefully managed. Otherwise, the Li family that had developed with great difficulty would be dragged down by these people sooner or later. Chapter 1007. White Deer Manor. Under the night sky, a figure quietly landed. As soon as the figure landed, it was completely hidden in the darkness. It was like a little wildcat. Over the past few days, Zhang Jin had been keeping a close eye on White Deer Manor. Coincidentally, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be in trouble today, so Zhang Jin personally made a move. White Deer Manor was deathly silent. It was obvious that they were in a state of alert. Moreover, there was a lot of commotion in the city at night. It was obvious that some experts were fighting. Although Buried Gold didn't investigate the situation in detail, he knew that Li Zhongjiu wasn't in the White Deer Manor. At the same time, it seemed that the few meta-beasts were not in the manor either. Zhang Yin and Zhang Tong had disappeared. Therefore, Zhang Jin was extremely curious about White Deer Manor. The two of them might have been captured and were most likely trapped in White Deer Manor. Therefore, Zhang Jin took advantage of this free time to investigate. With Zhang Jin's ability, it was easy for him to enter such a manor. All the guards could be said to exist in name only. They did not notice anything at all. Although he was confident in his heart, he did not relax in the slightest in the enemy's territory. There was no movement in the outer layer. Zhang Jin immediately walked into the depths of White Deer Manor. When he passed by a garden, Zhang Jin immediately felt that something was wrong. White Deer Manor's guard headquarters. Immediately, the alarm went off and many people reacted. Someone had actually invaded the White Deer Manor, and in a moment everyone stood up. In the 8 trigrams garden in the central courtyard, Lu Pei roared. The guards in the manor were arranged from the military camp, so they reacted quickly. This kind of security work was naturally more reassuring to leave to one's own people. Coincidentally, Li Yun was also cultivating in the manor. During the day, Li Yun would appear in the underground black market and deal with matters in the Ghost King Palace. Generally, Li Yun didn't need to deal with anything personally. She only needed to give instructions to her subordinate. For example, last time, regarding the He family, Li Yun just gave a simple order and immediately passed it down. Then, a letter from Ghost King Palace was sent directly to the He family. The He family didn't dare to move at all. It was so fierce that it was unimaginable. The reputation of the Ghost King Palace seemed to be quite impressive. Someone actually broke into the maze formation. It must be an intruder. Li Yun opened the disk array. This 8 trigrams secret sect formation was jointly researched and created by Li Yun and Nangong Wuji. Using the characteristics of the surrounding buildings and the attributes of the plants, they arranged this maze formation to trap the enemy. Once the enemy was trapped in this maze formation, they would keep going back and forth. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to get out of this maze formation. They would become fish on the chopping block. Xiao Zhao soon received a report from his subordinates that someone had broken into the manor. Immediately, Xiao Zhao came to the 8 trigrams maze formation under the protection of Lu Pei and the others. He happened to see Zhang Jin, who was dressed in black, moving stealthily. Zhang Jin's every move was quite covert. He tiptoed and his body was very light. However, he didn't know that all of Zhang Jin's actions had been exposed to the eyes of others. They saw everything clearly. "Quickly take him down," Li Yun said. Her subordinates were ready to take action, but Xiao Zhao stopped them. "Wait a minute. We don't know how strong this person is. Since he dares to break into the White Deer Manor at night, he must not be simple. Quickly go and get Elder Nangong." Xiao Zhao also had the authority to control the primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts. At this moment, he also knew that the 2 meta-beasts and Li Zhongjiu were outside. In the entire White Deer Manor, Nangong Wuji was the strongest person. "All right." Li Yun nodded. Lu Pei immediately sent someone to get Nangong Wuji. The rest of the people were lying in ambush outside. They didn't act rashly. He seems to have realized that something is wrong. Li Yun tried to change the contents of the 8 trigrams maze formation again so that Nangong Wuji wouldn't be able to tell what was real and what was false. He would be wandering around the formation. Even if he wanted to see the flaws of the formation, it wouldn't be that easy. Li Yun also added some other things to the formation. As for these formations, they were obtained from the remnants of the formation scroll that Li Zhongjiu had given her. As her experience in formations increased, Li Yun also realized the power of the remnants of the formation scroll that Li Zhongjiu had given her. It was so terrifying. "Oh no, I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap." Zhang Jin, who was lying in ambush, also stopped at this moment. When he was moving, he didn't even destroy the grass and trees around him. He tried his best to protect the integrity of the surroundings. This was the style of a top-notch expert. He came and went without a trace, leaving no trace at all. Little did they know that Zhang Jin was acting like a stage play. All of their movements were exposed right under their noses. Zhang Jin finally realized that something was wrong. It was because he suddenly realized that the garden was too big. It was fortunate that he only realized it now. "We can't stay here for long. Retreat." When Elder Zhang Jin sensed that something was wrong, he immediately wanted to escape. Whoosh! Zhang Jin's figure instantly flew backward. When Zhang Jin's figure sped up, the power around him also sped up. The changes in the grass and trees were also completely seen by Zhang Jin. Bang! The changes in the surroundings directly sent Zhang Jin flying. Li Yun controlled the formation and urged the power of the formation to sweep towards Zhang Jin. At the same time, there seemed to be a fog appearing under her feet. This fog contained strong poison. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, if one breathed in too much of it, they would directly faint. This was because Li Yun got these formulas from Li Zhongjiu. They were specially used to deal with these experts, and could make them lie down one after another. "Damn it! Roaming dragon stab!" Zhang Jin exclaimed. Then, his figure transformed into a dragon, and suddenly rushed forward. Rumble! With a loud bang, Zhang Jin directly smashed a hole in the formation. Originally, there was a rockery in front of him. However, Zhang Jin, who was a second-level expert, smashed through the rockery and broke free. Inescapable net. Lu Pei gave the order. The guards under him immediately used Raging Dragon capturing flames. Bang! 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 More than 10 explosions rang out in succession. Then, the fire nets flew out one after another. The second-generation Raging Dragon capturing flames contained a rather strong fire net. Ordinary Yuan monarchs would have to expend a lot of energy to break free from it. Even before they could break free, they would have already been blasted into smithereens by the other party. However, the moment these fire nets shot out, they did not cause any trouble for Zhang Jin. This was because their speed was really too slow. Zhang Jin very easily escaped from these attacks. "Since you are already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" An old voice rang out in the sky above White Deer Manor. It seemed to have turned into rolling thunder. Nangong Wuji, the person who had been tearing down and building things in White Deer Manor all day, had finally shown his strength at this moment. An 8th-grade primitive emperor was enough to look down on the heavens. Yet, he was still doing this kind of hard work in such a place. It was simply unbelievable. Zhang Jin felt the powerful strength of the other party and was slightly surprised. However, so what if he was an 8th-grade primitive emperor? He still could not do anything to him. How unlucky! Zhang Jin immediately stomped his foot and his body turned into countless black lights in an instant, rushing in all directions. Nangong Wuji also waved his hand. The power of the primitive emperor realm immediately shattered the black lights in front of him. However, one of the lights was extremely strong. With a gentle touch, it flew out. It suddenly accelerated. Chapter 1008. After the light accelerated, it disappeared without a trace. Even Nangong Wuji could not catch up with it. Isn't his speed of escape a bit too fast? Nangong Wuji looked in the direction of the light in surprise. Of course, if he caught up with the light, he might be able to gain something. However, if the light turned back halfway, or if there were other ambushes in the surroundings, it would be a very dangerous situation for White Deer Manor. Therefore, in order to make sure nothing went wrong, Nangong Wuji would not leave White Deer Manor easily. At least, he would not wander around when there was no other force. I have never seen or heard of this person's movement skill in the Xingyan dynasty. It is very likely that he is from another dynasty. Nangong Wuji was a veteran expert who had been in Jianghu for many years. Naturally, he could tell what kind of movement skill this person had. He is not from the Xingyan dynasty? Xiao Zhao frowned. Recently, Li Zongjiu had ordered to investigate the movements of the Haiku dynasty. Obviously, he was very interested in the movements there. Since the mysterious expert was not from the Xingyan dynasty, it was very likely that he was from the Haiku dynasty. He is too arrogant. How dare he sneak into White Deer Manor? As long as he is in Monarch City, I will definitely catch him. Li Yun was obviously very angry. These people from the Haiku dynasty, it was fine if they said that they were from another dynasty, but they thought that this was their home. Did they think that the people of the Li family had no temper and could be bullied by them? My formation needs to be repaired as well. Elder Zhang Jin easily smashed a hole in the formation. This showed how strong the opponent was. Of course, the formation also had some flaws, which led to such a situation and result. In the sky, the three figures returned directly. They landed on White Deer Manor. Li Zongjiu landed and came to the front of the crowd. The Blackwinged Blood Shadow Eagle returned to its nest to recuperate. When it came back, it had already given them a few elixirs. What happened? These people were all gathered together, and the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. He had only gone out for a short while. Could it be that he had been ambushed? Li Zongjiu could not help but frown. Xiao Zhao also reported the matter. If that's the case, then the people who came should be from the ancient Zhang family of the Haiku dynasty. They're the two people who escaped earlier. Taifai naturally went to the inn to set up an ambush. He wanted to control these people and not let them escape, but all of them were injured. He didn't even see the other party's shadow. Later on, they naturally found these people. There were a total of 4 people, and one of them was a disabled person. Don't worry, young master. Xiao Zhao will definitely find him. Okay, go ahead. After dismissing the crowd, Li Yun also said a few words to Li Zongjiu before she left. Li Yan was very obsessed with the cultivation of formations. Coupled with her talent, she liked to immerse herself in it very much. Moreover, the other party had forcefully created a huge flaw in the 8 trigrams maze formation. If they wanted to, they could easily escape from the formation. It might be able to deal with ordinary thieves, but it was unrealistic to deal with experts of this level. It was because of this that she had to seize the time to cultivate and research it. After all the formations in White Deer Manor were set up by Li Yun. Out of Li Zongjiu's trust, he naturally had to do this well. Did you offend the ancient Zhang family of the Haiku dynasty? Nangong Wuji looked at Li Zongjiu with a solemn expression. It was clear that this was not a small matter. In Nangong Wuji's eyes, if he was the slightest bit careless, he would be in big trouble. The name of the ancient Zhang family had appeared in books a long time ago. He did not expect that he would be lucky enough to meet such a legendary family leader. It was unbelievable. It was as if he was watching a character walk out of a book. Even Nangong Wuji had never come into contact with anyone from the ancient Zhang family, but he had just fought against them. However, based on how the person had fled, Nangong Wuji did not fear him at all. He had escaped with ease, and Nangong Wuji did not even have the chance to catch up to him. If he had fought against him head-on, it was hard to say who would have won. Nangong Wuji was originally quite confident, but when he learned that the person was from the ancient Zhang family, he gradually felt an invisible pressure in his heart. It was the influence of his reputation. Why are you panicking? Li Zongjiu cast a glance at Nangong Wuji. Who's panicking? Why would I panic? When I, Nangong Wuji, roamed the world, you weren't even born yet. I've seen everything. Nangong Wuji said proudly. This was the only thing he could slightly suppress Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, he would not be able to compete with Li Zongjiu. At that moment, Nangong Wuji realized that if he went up against Li Zongjiu, only death would await him. Fortunately, Nangong Wuji was born late. If he had been born in the same era as Nangong Wuji might not have been able to compete with him. Get ready. After some time, we'll be going to the Haiku dynasty. Li Zongjiu cast a glance at Nangong Wuji. What? Going to the Haiku dynasty? Why are we going there? Panic instantly appeared in Nangong Wuji's eyes, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. He wondered if Li Zongjiu was bragging or trying to scare him. I forgot to tell you. Not only did the ancient Zong family send someone to assassinate me, but the Black Canal Basilica from the Haiku dynasty also has a grudge against me. Li Zongjiu shrugged and said. He seemed to have an innocent look on his face. It was as if he was the one who provoked him first. When he heard about the Black Canal Basilica, Nangong Wuji froze. Nangong Wuji froze on the spot. You mean, Black Canal Basilica? Nangong Wuji widened his eyes. When he was young, he was not afraid of anything. He even went to the wasteland to increase his strength. Later on, he suffered a setback and hid in the sacred Flame Royal City to heal his injuries. However, Nangong Wuji had always known what kind of existence the Black Canal Basilica was. It was an existence on the same level as the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty. Why would Nangong Wuji travel thousands of miles to get rid of it? I say, you can't be serious. Are you really going to deal with the Black Canal Temple? Are you kidding me? Don't worry. I'll pay you handsomely. When I come back, I'll make pills for you. Make pills. When Nangong Wuji heard this condition, his determined expression immediately turned into one of hesitation. You are also. Chapter 1009. Zhang Jin, who had escaped, was terrified. After all, there were too many unexpected things. Moreover, he had been in the enemy's formation for such a long time without realizing it. It also made Zhang Jin feel the hidden strength of the Li family. It was extremely terrifying, and it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. This Li Zongjiu is poisonous. Zhang Jin brought Zhang Tai, and the two of them quietly left Sacred Flame Royal City. This mission was not easy, so they had to go back and regroup first. If they really could not do it, then they would go to the Qian family again and ask them to increase the price. Just this trip alone had cost them so many people. For the ancient Zong family, it was also a huge sacrifice. This mission was a huge loss. As for Zhang Yin and Zhang Tong, who had been captured, they were probably dead. After all, with this kind of thing happening, it was not strange for the enemy to want to kill the two of them with their strength. The Zong family left Sacred Flame Royal City. Xiao Zhao and Li Yun used their power and practically turned the Xingyan dynasty upside down several times, but they still could not find any trace of these people. In the end, the Li family in Sunset City sent them a secret letter. Only then did they know that the ancient Zong family had left the Xingyan dynasty. Although they managed to escape, it was still better than letting these people stay in the city and wait for an opportunity to attack. The problem of the life and death servants was also solved. There was no problem at all. It was settled so easily. This was also something that Wan Yulan did not expect. Li Zongjiu was so strong, and he seemed to be fearless in Sacred Flame Royal City. In fact, Li Zongjiu did not gather too much power, and he had not really attacked yet. The entire Sacred Flame Royal City was quiet for a month. When Wan Yulan found out that Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor was recruiting guests, she immediately signed up. With the latter's strength, it was easy for him to become a guest of White Deer Manor. As for the price, it was handled by Xiao Zhao. As long as the price was set, White Deer Manor would be able to pay for it. Within a month, Li Zongjiu had also refined many pills for the Qi family, but recently, the Qi family seemed to have encountered some trouble. Last time, Li Zhongjiu had humiliated the Hua family. Originally, after Li Yun intervened, the Hua family gave face to the Ghost King Palace. After all, the Ghost King Palace was specially approved by the royal family. Even the Hua family, who controlled the Green Dragon army, did not dare to act recklessly. As for why the Ghost King Palace had such power, it was hard to say. But this time, the Qi family had recently purchased a primordial stone mine at a high price. However, this primordial stone mine was a confluence mine and overlapped with another mine. The other family's power was not small either. Most importantly, this family was related to the Hua family by marriage, and the surrounding area was under the jurisdiction of the Green Dragon army. When something happened, the Green Dragon army naturally took the initiative to intervene. If the Green Dragon army was unhappy, they would directly seal off the area around the mine, and declare that this was a secret area. No matter how powerful one would not be able to enter. This was how arrogant and overbearing they were. Even if one went to appeal, it would take a lot of time and energy just to go through the whole process. Although they could not directly take away one's mining rights, they could set countless obstacles on the way and take one's life at any time. The Qi family was a little busy recently. Moreover, they had never thought of relying on Li Zhongjiu's power to strengthen themselves. Once they became dependent on him, it would be a fatal blow to the Qi family. Maybe they would directly become a subordinate family of the Li family. The Qi family's hundreds of years of foundation would be wasted just like that. However, a series of troublesome things finally took a turn for the better today. In the mountain behind Bailu Manor, Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu stood side by side. Beside them were some elders of the Qi family, including Qi Shaohun. On the other side, Xiao Zhao accompanied Song Jiu. Nangong Wuji was originally not interested, but when he heard that so many people had come, he also went to watch. Wan Yulan stood beside Nangong Wuji and the others. Hong Shi-san was also there. Many important people had arrived. Okay. Xiao Zhao gestured. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the ground in front of them. Then, the ground caved in, and a huge pit appeared in front of them. Be careful. Such a big movement made the people of the Qi family nervous. They almost rushed to protect the family head, but Qi Shaohun waved his hand. Things were different now. Qi Shaohun's secret breakthrough to the Origin Emperor realm was not known to the outside world. Only a few people in the Qi family knew about it, but Li Zhongjiu definitely knew about it. Dust filled the sky in front of them, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was terrifying. At the same time, a powerful airwave spread out, as if tens of thousands of air cannons were fired at the same time. Huge. Boom! A strange-looking battleship soared into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was produced in an instant. When the battleship soared into the sky, everyone was immediately shocked. They couldn't even see the appearance of the battleship clearly. They saw the black battleship flying out. This was the first experiment. The newest battleship looked like a big bird. This prototype was provided by Li Zhongjiu. In the future, it would be generally dominated by this type of battleship. High defense, fast speed, strong mobility, and extremely agile. It would take at least 400 to 500 years to design such a battleship. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, directly proposed this idea. Everyone present was an expert, so they were able to understand the situation immediately. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu spent at least hundreds of billions of purple yuan in these 2 months to fund the research, and all the money was paid by the White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao calculated the account book every day, and almost couldn't sleep for the whole day. When she opened her eyes, she would have to spend billions of purple yuan for nothing. Tell me, what should I do about this matter? Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu gave her a heads-up. No matter how much money she had to spend, she would do it without hesitation. Therefore, after a lot of research, they finally built this battleship. This battleship is called the Eagle Battleship. Jing Haoran, who was in charge of the explanation, was also excited. When he finally saw the finished product fly into the sky, he was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Finally, it was a success. Let's test the attack power, Li Zongjiu said, and then snapped his fingers. 2 black figures immediately flew down from the mountain. Chapter 10:10. The 2 black shadows that swooped down were the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors. Jing Haoran's eyes were filled with nervousness. This was the first Eagle battleship that he had spent hundreds of billions of purple yuan to build. If he didn't have any real ability, he would be letting down Li Zongjiu and many others. The ones controlling the Eagle battleship were Jing Kong, Li Yun and other excellent pilots. The reason why he let Li Yun go up was to let Li Yun know clearly that the power of the Eagle battleship wasn't that simple. Therefore, there must be someone who knew how to tell Li Zongjiu how powerful the Eagle battleship was. This was to ensure that this plan wouldn't be aborted so quickly. This was just the first generation, there were still several generations waiting for it. So, boom. The Eagle battleship had more than 10 cannons of this size, and there was also a launching cabin. As for the things stored in the launching cabin, it would be stored according to different situations. Think about it, if you were in a quiet wilderness and a powerful bomb was thrown down, it could instantly raze your family to the ground. In a matter of minutes, your family would be completely destroyed. This was the most terrifying thing. How many people would be able to withstand such a sudden attack? The Eagle battleship and the 2 Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors were also entangled for a moment, but the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors were really powerful. With their sharp claws, it only took a few continuous attacks to break the defensive shield of the Eagle battleship. When the last layer of the defensive shield was torn apart, the Eagle battleship instantly rose up. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night sky. This is an escape device. It can instantly consume the energy of a high-grade primordial stone to reach 10 times the normal speed. Even the Origin Emperor-level Flying Soul Beast couldn't catch up with it, Jing Haoran said. At this moment, his heart was surging and he couldn't calm down. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked. What the hell is this? Fuck. After Qi Shaohun and the others saw this scene, they couldn't close their eyes at all. The performance of the Eagle battleship was clearly seen just now. Qi Shaohun and the others also knew that the appearance of the Eagle battleship would bring a great shock to the warship fleet. It would even change the way the warship battles in the future. Too fierce. Too shocking. This should be at least a few hundred years or even thousands of years later. How did Li Zongjiu's brain contain such things? This is only the first generation. There are still many areas that haven't been improved. Later on, there will be gradual improvements, Jing Haoran said shyly. If the research was successful, everything would be fine. This was a matter of life and death for the Jing family. If it was successful, they would go to hell if it was not successful. But now, it seems that it was successful. Everyone was shocked. Even Nangong Wuji didn't know what had happened. When did you guys dig a hole? Nangong Wuji was extremely shocked. These people were too much. They actually dug such a big hole in his territory and didn't even tell him about it. Of course, the appearance of the Eagle battleship was even more shocking. Wan Yulan was completely stunned. Could it be that the Xingyan dynasty's development had reached such a stage? They even developed such an abnormal battleship. In the past, in order to ensure the stability and power of the battleship, a huge amount of primordial stones were used to make the battleship bigger and stronger. It was like a floating city. Many designers even thought that this would be the future development direction. But the Eagle battleship displayed by the White Deer Manor, Wan Yulan saw it clearly. This kind of fast-paced battleship was almost miraculous in sneak attack. These people are too frightening. If they didn't come to the Xingyan dynasty by accident, they would have joined the White Deer Manor by accident. It was impossible for them to discover such a thing. It was believed that this thing was absolutely hidden from Li Zongjiu. A figure slowly descended. Only now did the crowd see the Eagle battleship at a close distance. From the front, they could really feel the murderous aura from the Eagle battleship. Chi! The crowd saw a cabin door open. Li Yun, Elder Jing Kong, and the others walked down from the battleship. Around the body of the Eagle battleship, there were already very intense burn marks. Cough, cough. When we were escaping, the speed of the detonation was too slow. The safety measures were not good enough. My neck was almost broken. Also, the angle of the third attack position was not good enough. While walking, Zheng Kong kept talking about the parts that needed to be improved. There was a person behind him who was specially taking note. Obviously, he was obsessed. At present, if we want to pilot the Eagle battleship and enter a perfect combat state, we need at least 5 battleship pilots to operate it together. This is the chief designer, Elder Zheng Kong. Zheng Haoran said. He also used this last sentence as an ending to lead the topic to Zheng Kong. At this moment, they looked like they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were soaked. Obviously, the interior of the battleship was not so comfortable. Elder Zheng Kong did a good job. Haoran, introduce him. Li Zongjiu said. Then, Zheng Kong also met Qi Shaohun, Nangong Wuji, and the others. After knowing that there were so many big shots present today, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, there were still many problems with the Eagle battleship. When a layman saw this thing, he might say fuck, 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 fuck. But when an expert saw this thing, he would know the fatal flaws in it. Even the flaws in it could be seen at a glance. Therefore, in front of these experts, it was better to keep a low profile. This Eagle battleship will definitely shake the whole dynasty, Qi Shaohun said excitedly. Everyone, let's move to the living room, Li Zongjiu said. After the tour of the battleship, of course, it was time to talk about business. During the research and development stage, these few companies were the ones who were paying for it. Song Jiu also put in a lot of effort. Recently, the pressure on the performance of the battleship was getting bigger and bigger. Many of her old customers were also poached away. They seemed to have noticed that her side was weak and started to gradually move away. If Li Zongjiu's side also failed, it would be a fatal blow to Song Jiu, because she also used too many resources to invest in it. Fortunately, she believed that Li Zongjiu's vision was correct. This Eagle battleship will definitely become famous in one shot. This potential market will be worth trillions. Song Jiu's eyes began to turn red. Chapter 10-11. In the White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao had already listed out the criteria and benefits of each party. All aspects of the matter had been settled. After all, the relationship between these families was good. Even if they could occupy a share, it was already a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could it be their turn? Just being able to take the initiative was already a very good treatment. Li Zongjiu didn't participate in the specifics of the negotiations and how many benefits they would obtain. The emergence of the Eagle battleship was a big step ahead. Therefore, the technology must be thoroughly protected. If it was stolen, it would be equivalent to Li Zongjiu losing several thousand purple yuan. Therefore, these people of the Zheng family must be protected. On this point, Xiao Zhao had already sent people to take care of it. Although their relationship was good, they still had to be on guard. Not only did they have to guard against the Zheng family, but they also had to be on guard against the people from the other families. After all, even in peaceful times, there were still many bad people. Li Zongjiu was not in the meeting hall, so Qi Yanran naturally did not go. Otherwise, the Qi family might take advantage of this relationship and ask for an exorbitant price. Qi Yanran also did not want to make things too difficult for Li Zongjiu. The two of them were taking a stroll in the courtyard when they saw Ling Yan running in anxiously. "I've finally found you. You really hid very well." Ling Yan rushed into the White Deer Manor. These days, he came to find Li Zongjiu several times in a row, but Li Zongjiu had been in closed-door training. This guy seemed to have nothing else to do. He was cultivating all day long. Today, he finally found him. What's wrong? Qi Yanran saw Ling Yan so nervous and could not help but ask. She thought something had happened. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. We agreed that no matter what, you have to do this for me. You have to go and give them a lesson. Ling Yan was already prepared to use a rope to tie Li Zongjiu up. Even if he had to forcefully kidnap him, he had to take Li Zongjiu away today. Right, I forgot. Li Zongjiu had also been cultivating these days. It just so happened that there were no small fries to disturb him, so Li Zongjiu simply calmed down and cultivated. At the same time, he was waiting for the right time to go to the Haiku dynasty to deal with some matters. Most of the information from the Haiku dynasty came from Wan Yulan. With Wan Yulan maintaining the communications, there was no problem. I'm going to give them a lesson. Go ahead then. Speaking of this competition, I'm the senior sister leading the team. Your Heavenly Day Medicine Manor had better not lose. Qi Yanran said with a hint of provocation. Li Zongjiu naturally laughed. This kind of thing was hard to say. After all, the one participating in the next competition would not be Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu participated, it would be guaranteed that they would win. Now, he was just going to give a lesson and impart some experience. Of course, he could not guarantee the final result. He followed Ling Yan to the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. When he returned to the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, Li Zongjiu did not feel much. As for the Genius Pavilion, there was no need to go there now. Some of the things inside would naturally be left to the juniors of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. It would be inappropriate to rashly destroy the balance and the original rules. Senior Li Zongjiu personally taught the lesson. When Li Zongjiu walked into the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, he immediately saw a huge banner hanging on the roof. After seeing the banner, Li Zongjiu finally understood why Ling Yan was so anxious and wanted to catch him so badly. It turned out that the words had already been said. If he did not call him over, it would be a loss of face. One had to admit that Ling Yan was really skilled in daring. He actually dared to make such a guarantee. Now, in the Sacred Flame Royal City, only Ling Yan had the confidence to invite Li Zongjiu to attend such events. The other person was Elder Su Hong of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. He still had to give them face. However, Su Hong was even more cautious. He couldn't call Li Zongjiu for everything. If he provoked Li Zongjiu's disgust, then wouldn't the gains outweigh the losses? Unlike Ling Yan, when Li Zongjiu appeared in front of the freshmen, everyone began to talk about it. Nan Peixian also took the time to come and listen. This disciple of a big family who was good at reading people's expressions had obviously succumbed to Li Zongjiu's prestige. He had no choice but to curry favor with Li Zongjiu. He had to keep these things in his heart. He had to hold Li Zongjiu in the palm of his hand. As long as Li Zongjiu was not dead, the world would be Li Zongjiu's. He would control the wind and clouds. They actually managed to get Senior Li Zongjiu to come. I heard that Senior Li Zongjiu doesn't give face to anyone. We've already invited Senior Li Zongjiu many times to the 3 major medicinal herbs in the city, but he never showed up. Is that so? What do you think is the relationship between Instructor Ling Yan and Senior Li? Haven't you heard? During the freshman recruitment, Senior Li was directly invited and completely stepped on the Chongqing Pavilion's limelight. Therefore, we have to be very careful in this freshman competition, because these people from the Chongqing Pavilion will definitely spare no effort to target us. The freshmen chattered in their seats. Li Zongjiu walked into the classroom and immediately discovered that it was a lecture hall. In the seats, in the corridor, and in the windows there were a lot of people sitting. This group of people obviously came to listen to Li Zongjiu's lecture. Before going on stage, Li Zongjiu also glanced at Ling Yan beside him. It seemed like he was asking with his eyes. Didn't you say that you were going to give a lecture to the participants? Just by counting with his nose, there were more than a few dozen people. It was estimated that all the freshmen and even some seniors were present. Ling Yan's gaze looked elsewhere, as if to say that this matter had nothing to do with him. Then, he directly took the lead in applauding. Everyone applaud. Welcome, welcome your Senior Li to give you a lecture. Although Senior Li did not obtain many honors, they are all heavyweight. In this elixir gathering of the three dynasties, your Senior Li only used 2 minutes to defeat the trump cards of the other two dynasties. As soon as Ling Yan's voice fell, thunderous applause was immediately heard. The whole building seemed to be about to collapse. Ahem, all of you stop. Don't play with these hypocrites. I don't know how to give a lecture. How about this, use your mental strength to attack me. Use your strongest move. Li Zongjiu said calmly. Recommended friend Guanshinda's, Heavenly Eye Treasure. The writing is exquisite and the content is wonderful. Not much to say, quick praise. Chapter 10-12. Using mental strength to attack him? Everyone was dumbfounded. There were more than 300 students present. If all of them used their mental strength at the same time, even an primitive emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, these new students were all talented in alchemy. Everyone's strength wasn't weak. Although they might not be as strong as Li Zongjiu individually, if they worked together, even an ant could push an elephant. Without a doubt, this was an extremely dangerous move. If Li Zongjiu was strong, then Li Zongjiu was only a second-year student. He was only 1 year higher than them. Just 1 year higher, yet he dared to be so arrogant. Among the new students, there were a few more arrogant fellows who sneered. Senior Li, you'd better be prepared. Geniuses were always at loggerheads with each other. None of them were willing to submit to anyone. Li Zongjiu being the champion of the elixir gathering of the three dynasties didn't mean that he couldn't do it. It was just because he didn't participate. It was because of this that these people were extremely arrogant. They didn't even put Li Zongjiu in their eyes. They thought that this guy was just lucky. Listen to my command. After 5 breaths, attack together. There was a young man in a purple gold robe. The arrogance between his brows was extremely strong. Moreover, he had the demeanor of a natural leader. The rest of the new students also listened to his command. Nan Peixian glanced at this young man. It was said that this young man's background wasn't simple. He was the favored son of a prince who was in charge of the north. This time, he came to Monarch City to explore the city. However, this prince should have seen a lot of things. However, he couldn't imagine that this young man in front of him, Li Zongjiu, was such a terrifying existence. After a silent moment, the entire space in the classroom became chaotic. One could even clearly see the ripples in the space that were like water ripples, gradually surging over wave after wave. Boom! Li Zongjiu stood still. Li Zongjiu allowed the 300-plus forces in front of him to bombard him. Li Zongjiu's own power was condensed here. It was like a huge pool, containing all the terrifying power in front of him. More than 300 people attacked at the same time, but they were unable to shake Li Zongjiu at all. Fuck! Is this kid a monster? Ling Yan stood at the side. He originally wanted to stop Li Zongjiu from doing such a dangerous thing, but after thinking about it, Li Zongjiu had never lost before. Since he said it, it wasn't arrogance. Instead, he was truly confident. It was a good opportunity to witness the appearance of a miracle. Sure enough, Li Zongjiu was able to withstand all of the attack. It could even be said that it was a piece of cake. Boom! All of a sudden, Li Zongjiu's counterattack was delivered to each of them. With twice the power of each of them, the counterattack directly blasted these people in front of him away. Boom! 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 More than 300 people at the scene vomited blood, fell, and screamed. Some of them even fainted directly. At this moment, they truly understood the terrifying strength of this senior brotherly. It was completely beyond their imagination. Just this move alone had already surpassed the cultivation realm of countless people. To be able to achieve such strength, and to be able to accurately send every force back to them. One person resisted more than 300 people. How terrifying! My class is over. Li Zhongjiu used his own strength to give them a good lesson. The meaning of this lesson was to tell them that they shouldn't casually fight with experts. They weren't qualified to do so. In addition, Li Zhongjiu was also very direct. In the return of mental energy, he directly gave them some spiritual enlightenment. If they could comprehend it and understand it, they would naturally gain something. If they couldn't comprehend it and only treated the mental energy as an attack, an external force, then they would gain nothing. Li Zhongjiu directly turned and left after leaving this sentence. Ling Yan and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the mess in front of them. You brat came to this class and injured so many people, and you actually just left a sentence behind and walked away like a feather. You brat is really brave. Hey, you brat, are you coming to the competition tomorrow? Ling Yan shouted at Li Zhongjiu's back. Not going. Li Zhongjiu directly left after leaving this sentence. How could I have so much time to accompany you to do these things every day? Originally, Ling Yan wanted to pester Li Zhongjiu, at least to settle this matter. However, the scene was so chaotic. So many students were injured by Li Zhongjiu. If this spread out, wouldn't it make people's jaws drop? However, an unexpected situation occurred. Some of the students who were injured by Li Zhongjiu directly meditated and began to cultivate, regardless of their injuries. It seemed that they wanted to refine this power in a timely manner. If this enlightenment disappeared, for them, they would lose a very important opportunity. Looking at them entering the state of cultivation and meditation one by one. Originally, Ling Yan didn't understand what kind of lesson Li Zhongjiu gave them, but now it seemed that Li Zhongjiu really gave them a very precious lesson. To be able to let so many people enter the state of enlightenment, what kind of teaching method is this? Ling Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. However, to be able to achieve Li Zhongjiu's level, at least Li Zhongjiu's level of mental strength was required. Otherwise, how could it be possible to achieve this level? Therefore, there was no way to replicate this method. Only Li Zhongjiu could succeed. When Li Zhongjiu walked out of Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion, there were several figures in front of him. They walked towards Li Zhongjiu and arrogantly blocked Li Zhongjiu's path. You must be Li Zhongjiu. The person who walked towards him had a cold face and was a head taller than Li Zhongjiu. He stared arrogantly at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. You want to die? Li Zhongjiu looked at the four people in front of him. He really didn't know what these youngsters were thinking. They actually dared to block Li Zhongjiu's path. This was too stupid of an action. In the Sacred Flame Imperial City, no one dared to block Li Zhongjiu's path for a long time. We are from Longevity Academy. Under the orders of eldest senior brother, we invite you to be present tomorrow. After saying that, he used his nose to glare at Li Zhongjiu and whispered in Li Zhongjiu's ear. If you don't show up at that time, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 10:13. Bear the consequences yourself. Naturally, the meaning of the threat was quite clear. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but laugh. How many of you are here? Li Zhongjiu looked at the man in front of him. The man was also stunned, not understanding what Li Zhongjiu meant. Bang! Before the man could react, Li Zhongjiu had already kicked him. Then, he kicked the man who had just spoken out. Along the street, he flew out for 100 meters. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. His buttocks landed directly on the ground. Li Zhongjiu's kick also caused a sharp pain in his chest. Obviously, this kick just now had broken several of his bones. Cough, cough. After that man fell to the ground, he never got up again. The three people beside him were furious when they saw that Li Zhongjiu had dared to attack them. These people were specially recruited. Chongqing Pavilion was a sect that specialized in alchemy. However, they also paid great attention to the cultivation of their origin power because they didn't need to seek protection from the outside world. If they only focused on the development of their alchemy cultivation, they would only become tools for others in the future. They would end up in a very tragic state. The pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion had obviously realized this. Therefore, Chongqing Pavilion was also divided into the Alchemy Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion. These people were all disciples of the Martial Pavilion. Those who were able to enter the Longevity Pavilion were all extremely talented people. There were very few disciples in the Martial Pavilion to begin with. Therefore, the requirements for talent were even higher. The disciples of Chongqing Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion were even stronger than the core disciples of some of the first-rate sections. That was indeed the case. You have a death wish. Since Li Zongjiu had attacked, there was no need for them to hold back. It was not Chongqing Pavilion's style to always be patient. If something happened, the higher-ups would naturally take care of it. Immediately, a fierce look flashed across the faces of the three people. In the next second, there were three consecutive muffled sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Another three people were sent flying. They fell to the ground. It landed on the body of the person who had been sent flying by the kick. The three of them fell to the ground one after another like a human pyramid. The four of them stacked on top of each other on the street immediately attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Coincidentally, the four of them couldn't get up for a long time. The strength of Li Zongjiu's kick was quite accurate. It would take at least 10 minutes for them to recover, and during this time they would not be able to move at all. He's really courting death. Li Zongjiu scanned with his spiritual power. How dare these people from the Longevity Pavilion behave so atrociously in front of Li Zongjiu? He quickly found a figure in the city. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in front of an inn in the city. A man was seated at a table near the street drinking tea. Clearly, he had witnessed the scene of the cultivators from the Longevity Pavilion getting kicked away. Obviously, he was extremely shocked by this scene. However, when Li Zongjiu appeared in front of him, he was even more surprised. "Brother, is there something you need?" The man was obviously surprised, but he forced himself to remain calm. "I'm fine, but you're not." After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he kicked the man. The man had no way of dodging at all. His physical fitness was much worse than the four people from before. After the kick, he flew over the fence on the second floor and landed on the street. Pfft! The person who was kicked onto the street spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he did not dare to believe that Li Zongjiu would know about the people he had arranged. Next time, find out whose territory this is. Li Zongjiu came in front of the man. Crippling these people was a piece of cake for Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's temper had improved. If it was before, even if these people did not die, they would lose some parts. A mere Longevity Pavilion dared to behave so atrociously in front of Li Zongjiu. They must be tired of living. Since these people from the Longevity Pavilion were so eager to die, Li Zongjiu would definitely make a trip to the Longevity Pavilion as a guest when he had the time. The news of the disciples of the Longevity Pavilion being beaten up on the street quickly spread. The news spread like wildfire, and some people saw the person who beat them up. It was a heroic-looking young man, which immediately caused people to be shocked. After some investigation, it turned out that it was Li Zongjiu from the White Deer Manor. It was no wonder. They were actually looking for trouble with Li Zongjiu. How could they not be at a disadvantage? The Longevity Medicine Manor is probably trying to build up their reputation. That's why they want to make a move on Li Zongjiu. If they can directly trip Li Zongjiu up, the reputation of the Longevity Medicine Manor will naturally rise. However, they seem to have found the wrong person. I'm afraid that they are not qualified to go against Li Zongjiu with their strength. It's a good thing that Li Zongjiu's temper has improved recently. In the past, at least 100 lives in Royal City were related to Li Zongjiu. Some of the people who had been in Royal City for a longer time had naturally heard of Li Zongjiu's reputation. They even knew how shocking the things that Li Zongjiu had done were. Now, their tempers were slightly more restrained. Naturally, this made everyone even more surprised. Although they had been holding it in all day and had not exploded, It would be too late for regrets if they suddenly exploded one day. Jin Province. Gu family. The Gu family sat on the resources of the entire Jin Province. A long time ago, as an earth-shattering and powerful family, one could imagine how majestic they were back then. Later on, when the Xingyan dynasty's royal family rose to power, they divided the world and made it their own territory. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could directly start a war. In the end, they were able to obtain such a place in the Gu family. This was already a great honor for the Gu family. Otherwise, however, this also proved that the Gu family was strong and powerful. It would not be so easy to destroy them. The cohesion of the entire Gu family in Jin Province naturally surpassed that of the Xingyan dynasty. Sometimes, having a large territory was not necessarily a good thing. If something were to happen, one might not be able to take care of it. The Gu family occupied Jin Province's Skygold City. Within Skygold City, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended between the heavens and the earth. Some of the elders in the Gu family who were waiting for orders also stood up in shock at this moment. Their faces were filled with surprise. This is the family head. The family head has finally broken through the sovereign realm. Looking down on the universe, this surging aura was so vast that it shook the mountains and the seas. The Yuan Qi within Jin Province also surged towards the Gu family like three flowers at one's head at this moment. Some of the people who were in charge of secretly watching the Gu family were stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 10:14. White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao had also received the news. In fact, after Li Zongjiu and the Gu family had a grudge, Xiao Zhao had been paying attention to the Gu family in the Jin region. After all, the Gu family in the Jin region was extremely powerful. It was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. After such a thing happened, they actually remained indifferent. This meant that the Gu family had been preparing for something. Now, he finally knew. These people were actually waiting for their family head to break through to the sovereign realm. The entire Jin region, or even the entire Xingyan dynasty, would be extremely shocked. He did not know what the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family would do in the face of a powerful supreme being expert. In short, regardless of what the Holy Flame imperial family or other forces would do, he had to ensure that the Gu family would not find trouble with the White Deer Manor. After thinking about it, Xiao Zhao decided to report this news to Li Zongjiu. Before a sovereign realm expert, any form of deterrence was useless. The sovereign realm expert only needed a light palm strike to destroy the entire White Deer Manor. Contrary to Xiao Zhao's expectations, after Li Zongjiu received the news, he only nodded and said that he understood. After that, he did not do anything else. Although Xiao Zhao was burning with anxiety, he did not continue to ask because of his respect and trust for Li Zongjiu. However, Xiao Zhao was also trying his best to recruit some experts. He had to ensure the safety of the White Deer Manor. A sovereign realm expert had appeared in the Jin region's Gu family. This news was not concealed at all. In just a day, the whole world knew about it. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion also knew that Li Zongjiu and the Gu family had an indelible hatred. However, the Gu family's strength made it difficult for them. One was a genius alchemist. If they lost such a genius, they did not know when they would be able to find another one. However, the other was a sovereign realm expert. What kind of concept was this? Even the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty did not dare to overlook it. They had to pay full attention to it. The attitude of the Skyflame dynasty's royal family was also unclear. However, 3 days later, they rewarded the Gu family's patriarch. The head of the Gu clan was appointed as the governor of the two mountains. The so-called governor of the two mountains referred to the terrain between the two heavenly moat mountain ranges, which would be under the jurisdiction of the Gu clan. These two mountains were actually the Gu clan's territory. It was just that he didn't say it out loud before. Now that he said it out loud, it was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to the Gu family's position as the overlord of Jin state. He didn't admit it in the past, but now he directly admitted it. He also wanted the Gu family head to report to the imperial court in a few days. When Qi Yanran heard the news, she was also very anxious. The head of the Gu clan has been conferred the title of governor of the two mountains. Within half a month at most, he will definitely come to Royal City to meet the emperor. Zhongjiu, the head of the Gu clan, will definitely come to settle the score from before, Qi Yanran said to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu had also just come out of seclusion recently. The freshman competition had already entered a critical stage. In short, the situation of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wasn't very good. The Longevity Medicine Manor and the Azure Ocean Academy were like brave armies, singing loudly and breaking through one after another. They were coming with great momentum. The Longevity Herb Manor was one thing. However, the Azure Sea Academy actually possessed such strength. Due to that, the onlookers were taken aback. They had originally assumed that the Azure Sea Academy was just a cannon fodder. At that very moment, however, the results that the Azure Sea Academy had achieved were extremely impressive. Qi Yanran was originally in charge of the Four Seas Academy. But after hearing the news, the first thing that came to her mind was Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu had killed so many people from the Gu clan, so he would definitely come for revenge. He might even kill Li Zhongjiu to establish his dominance. This kind of thing couldn't be more normal. Don't worry. He's just a supreme being who has just broken through. He won't be able to cause much trouble in front of me. But your words have reminded me. Li Zhongjiu stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Waiting for the Gu clan to come knocking on his door? That wasn't Li Zhongjiu's style. Since everyone said that he was a threat, Li Zhongjiu naturally couldn't let him continue living. Xiao Zhao, can the Eagle battleship enter the battle now? Li Zhongjiu called for Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao was waiting for orders not far away. Young master, other than the experimental model, there's a real prototype, the Eagle battleship No. 1. It can enter the battle at any time. Xiao Zhao replied. Get the pilot ready to make a trip to Jinzhou, Li Zhongjiu said. The moment he said that, the two girls were shocked. Zhongjiu? When Qi Yanran heard that, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. However, Qi Yanran understood Li Zhongjiu's character. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and held Li Zhongjiu's hand. No matter what, I'll accompany you. Hearing Qi Yanran's words, Li Zhongjiu pinched her cheeks. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to any of you, Li Zhongjiu said gently. Go. Also, call all the guest elders of our White Deer Manor, Li Zhongjiu said. In recent days, he had also recruited a lot of experts. At this moment, they were all gathered in White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu would choose to take the initiative to attack. Going to the Gu clan in Jinzhou. It was truly shocking. It was completely unexpected. Just like how no one dared to believe that Li Zhongjiu could kill his way into Qingyuan Manor alone and overturn the entire manor, causing a huge commotion. How can you kill me when it's all about fighting and killing? Koen Arashi's figure walked in from outside. When he heard the news, Koen Arashi's first reaction was that the Gu clan was in trouble. However, the other party was a supreme being expert, and he didn't know if Li Zhongjiu could handle it. However, with Li Zhongjiu's temper, he would definitely take the initiative to deal with the Gu clan. What have you been doing all this time? Don't talk about it. Teacher Sun Yu has been researching something recently. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. When Koen Arashir said this, he looked depressed. It was obvious that Sun Yu had high hopes for Koen Arashir. He would bring Koen Arashir into everything, which gave Koen Arashir a headache. After a few days of continuous research, they also stayed in the laboratory and did very boring research. In terms of elixir research, Li Zhongjiu obviously couldn't directly take out the results of the future. If he did that, these people wouldn't be able to handle the amount of information. Secondly, if their foundation wasn't solid enough, everything in the future would be superficial. This was something that had to be remembered clearly. If they encountered a slight problem, they wouldn't be able to solve it. Alright, follow me to Jianzhou. Chapter 10-15. Something big was happening in the White Deer Manor. All the experts stationed in various places were summoned. Obviously, there was going to be a tough battle. Wan Yulan was among them. The Black Canal Basilica had not done anything recently, which was out of Wan Yulan's expectation. Perhaps these people had confidence in the life and death servant, which was why they were so lax. However, Wan Yulan was also thinking of ways to cut off the information from here. Just the spies of the Haiku dynasty had been purged during this period. Except for Wan Yulan. There were also 2 primitive emperor experts who were hired as guests of the White Deer Manor. These 2 were brothers, known as the Liangshan brothers. It was said that these 2 were inseparable. If they joined forces, their combat power would be extremely terrifying. Although they were only second-grade primitive emperors, their combined strength would be close to that of a 4th-grade primitive emperor. However, there seemed to be some problems with the cultivation techniques that these 2 cultivated. Therefore, they came to Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor to ask for medicine. Li Zongjiu knew the symptoms of these 2 at a glance. He casually refined an elixir and their injuries were healed. Of course, he did not eradicate them directly. However, this also made the Liangshan brothers understand that Li Zongjiu had the ability to heal them. On the spot, the Liangshan brothers slapped their thighs and joined the White Deer Manor as guests. In addition, there were some Yuan King experts. These Yuan King experts were not qualified to guard the White Deer Manor. Therefore, they were sent to guard the shops below. There would often be some small disturbances. Therefore, this was a very normal thing. Now that Li Zongjiu had taken action, he had gathered all these people. The number of Yuan King experts had reached 20. With such a lineup, ordinary first-rate sects would not dare to provoke them. No one could have imagined that the White Deer Manor would develop to such a scale in such a short period of time, and that their forces would grow to such an extent. Nangong Wuji, you stay in the manor. I'm afraid that someone will come and cause trouble. Li Zongjiu said. Everyone else board the warship. Even Hong Shisan was captured by Li Zongjiu as a strong man. However, Xiao Zhao was extremely worried. Perhaps if these people went, they would be completely wiped out. Perhaps the young master would really not be able to return after leaving. Tui, how could he think like that? Young master, you must be careful. The size of the Eagle battleship was enough to carry so many people. When the warship rose into the sky, 2 figures from the White Deer Manor swiftly followed behind it. He flew towards the distant sky. The actions of the White Deer Manor were naturally noticed by the other factions in the city. With such a big movement, it was definitely not an escape. In fact, there was no place to escape. With their strength, it was extremely easy for them to catch you. That kid really set off? When Chu Tairan heard this news, his face was also filled with nervousness and disbelief. However, Li Zongjiu's action of striking a stone with an egg was really stupid. If Li Zongjiu really had the ability to deal with a sovereign realm expert, then he would be able to do it. Then why would he stay here? No, I have to go and see Emperor Xingyan. Speaking of this, Chu Tairan hurriedly prepared. However, when Chu Tairan walked into the palace, he was informed that the great emperor was in seclusion. It was obvious that he was trying to decline. Now, the only person in the world who could save Li Zongjiu was the Emperor Xingyan. If the Emperor Xingyan was unwilling to help, Li Zongjiu could only die. Emperor, Li Zongjiu must not die. In Chu Tairan's eyes, he could already foresee that Li Zongjiu's achievements in the future would definitely surpass that of a Supreme Being expert. Although the prestige of a Supreme Being expert was unparalleled in the world, this matter was not so simple. The changes that Li Zongjiu's talent could bring to the alchemy world were immeasurable. However, Emperor Xingyan seemed to be indifferent. Even for a long time, Emperor Xingyan had solved things in this way. He let them solve everything by themselves. The extent to which this matter could develop was what Emperor Xingyan liked. Otherwise, if he interfered with any side and caused some irreversible losses, it would be extremely inappropriate for Emperor Xingyan. Similarly, the Gu family of the Jin province also received the news that Li Zongjiu was moving out in full force. In the eyes of the Gu family, such a suicidal action was simply idiotic. The third elder of the Gu family, Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing gathered a group of experts from the Gu family, and at the same time, he also gathered the experts from the other major families in Skygold City. If you discover the actions of the people from the White Deer Manor, you know what to do? Gu Tianxing said indifferently. At this moment, there were more than 10 primitive emperors sitting in this meeting. The number of experts from the forces behind them would be even greater. No one dared to believe that when this power was gathered together, it actually possessed such a powerful might. Rest assured, Elder. I will send people to intercept them at Walnut Ridge tonight. How dare a mere ant act rashly in front of a saint? To them, an external enemy like Li Zongjiu should be eliminated. That night, a large group of experts had already set up an ambush on Walnut Ridge. This was the only way to Skygold City. Not only that, they had also specially mobilized 2 warships that were comparable to the Qilin warships to seal off the entire sky. Many experts were resting on the deck. Do you think that Li Zongjiu is a fool? What is he thinking? Why is he attacking the Gu family? No, I think that Li Zongjiu is very smart. What do you mean? Think about it. If Li Zongjiu had stayed here obediently, he could only have died a sullen death. In the end, he would have nothing left. However, if he came here directly, although he would definitely die at his age, he would have embarrassed the powerful Gu family. Wouldn't he leave behind a good story for the future generations? At the very least, he would have preserved his reputation. An primitive emperor said as he sipped on his wine, analyzing the situation. Currently, there were 7 primitive emperors and more than 50 primitive kings on Walnut Ridge. They were all waiting for Li Zongjiu's arrival. In their opinion, the forces gathered by Li Zongjiu were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Attention, there's movement ahead. Suddenly, someone sounded the alarm. At the same time, a light incendiary bomb shot into the sky, illuminating the scene ahead. Whoosh! When this light appeared, 2 beams of light instantly blasted their warship. Boom! Billowing smoke suddenly rose into the sky. The warship fell directly from the sky. As the flames flickered, the 7 primitive emperors from Skygold City unleashed their auras and rushed towards the strange-looking warship. The outside world did not know how many people Li Zongjiu had brought with him. Chapter 1016. The 7 primitive emperors joined forces and unleashed a terrifying aura. At the same time, they immediately noticed that there seemed to be some movement in front of them. They saw a strange-looking warship appearing in front of them. It was this thing that had shot down their warship. Shoot it down. At this moment, a strong mental strength spread out. 3 of them were immediately trapped by this mental strength. They were stunned on the spot, unable to move. Then, 3 blazing rays of light pierced through the 3 of them. Boom! Immediately, the 3 of them were burned to ashes. They were killed by the other party before they could even react. What? The appearance of such a situation could be said to be unprecedented. Everyone could not believe it. 3 primitive emperors were killed by the other party in an instant. Did they think this was an opera? Swoosh! From the warship, a white light suddenly swept down and immediately wrapped around one of them. Immediately, the figure struggled for a while. However, the white light on his body seemed to be extremely powerful. He could not break free at all. The other 2 wanted to help when they saw the situation, but they were attracted by the 2 strong winds behind them. The Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor was like a killer in the dark night. It appeared in a hurry and escaped 1,000 meters away. Of course, its talons were also grabbing a figure. The cannons on the Eagle-type warship accurately blasted the figure grabbed by the Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condor into pieces. Boom! Boom! 2 of them died instantly. The only person who wasn't injured and didn't target Li Zongjiu was the person who had said that Li Zongjiu was smart but was actually mocking him. When he saw the scene before him, when he saw this, he panicked and rushed towards the direction of Skygold City as if he had lost his soul. However, the 2 Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condors rushed towards this expert, trying to outdo each other. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard. The terrifying commotion was rather tragic. One could even see the primitive Emperor expert being tossed around like a toy by the 2 meta beasts in the air. Limbs flew. Blood splattered. Kill. Li Zongjiu waved his hand, and the experts standing on the warship jumped and rushed towards the people below. Other than the primitive emperors, there were also dozens of primitive monarchs lying in ambush below. The power displayed by these primitive monarchs should not be underestimated. They could also be of use at critical moments. However, the 7 Yuan monarchs had been dealt with in an instant. Now, there was no lack of Yuan monarchs among the enemies that were rushing over. Yuan monarchs like them simply weren't enough. After barely holding on for a moment, they began to flee frantically. The men that Li Zongjiu brought with him did not show any mercy. They killed those that they could, and left those that they could not to the Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condor. Li Zongjiu had taken care of all the people who had shown up tonight. The person who had been swept up into the sky by Qi Yanran's desolate heaven essence. Li Zongjiu also took the latter's life with his hammer. It took less than 10 minutes to deal with the enemies that were lying in ambush at Walnut Ridge. Although it sounded fast, there was still some resistance in the process of carrying it out. "I'd like to see how many people dare to stop me," Li Zongjiu said coldly. The men under him were also quite excited after fighting for a while. Moments later, the warship arrived in front of Skygold City. However, Li Zongjiu did not expose the Eagle warship. He let the Eagle warship hover 10,000 meters above the ground. It hid in the clouds, waiting for the call at any time. 2 Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condors were also hovering in the sky, protecting the warship. After all, Li Yun was also in the warship. Hence, the warship could not be damaged. If the warship was destroyed, the loss would be considerable. Li Zongjiu was here to cause trouble for the Gu family, not to massacre the city. Naturally, he would not attack the city. The guards of Skygold City were soldiers of the imperial court. Although most of the people in power had been bribed, they did not dare to question Li Zongjiu and his men when they saw him walking over. Even if they had been ordered to do so, at this moment there would not be any obstruction and they would let him pass. "Lord Li, I am the guard of Skygold City, Meng Hao. To be honest, the city is now filled with murderous intent. Lord, please do not enter the city rashly." A general in armor came up to Li Zongjiu and said. After all, Li Zongjiu was an honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. He was also an official of the imperial court. If he could help him at this time, it would be considered as fulfilling his duty. At the same time, he might be able to make a fortune. If that was the case, he would have made a fortune. In any case, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to live for long. In his opinion, Li Zongjiu would die sooner or later. It was more or less the same. You accepted the Gu family's money, and now you want to get some benefits from me. You have done a good job of being smooth and slick. Li Zongjiu glanced at Meng Hao indifferently. With just one glance, Meng Hao felt as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. What kind of person could have such a terrifying look in their eyes? Meng Hao's heart was completely shaken. He did not dare to say anything more. "When I leave the city, you can kill yourself. Otherwise, I will bury your whole family with you." Li Zongjiu patted Meng Hao's shoulder. He directly led his men and swept past Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body froze on the spot. He did not expect Li Zhongjiu, who was only a teenager, to have such sharp eyes. This did not conform to the latter's settings at all. How is this possible? As he spoke, his heart began to pound with nervousness. Your Excellency, Li Zhongjiu is too presumptuous. One of Meng Hao's deputies stepped forward. It seemed that he could not stand Li Zhongjiu's arrogance, but he did not dare to say anything in front of Li Zhongjiu. But what he said, Your Excellency, what do you think? When Li Zhongjiu left, he would kill himself. You want me to die? It's hard to say if he can even survive the night. Meng Hao laughed coldly. He had originally wanted to pretend to warn Li Zhongjiu out of goodwill and then take the opportunity to gain some benefit. However, he did not expect Li Zhongjiu to directly expose him. This made him feel extremely embarrassed. You actually want me to kill myself? Do you think you are the emperor? In any case, I am the guardian general of Skygold City. If I kill myself because of a single sentence from you, how embarrassing would that be? As he thought about this, Meng Hao felt as if he had been possessed. Every moment, he thought about the way Li Zhongjiu looked at him. At the same time, he was also worried. If Li Zhongjiu really left alive, wouldn't he really be in trouble? Chapter 10:17. It was already late, so Li Zhongjiu didn't charge straight into the Gu family. That way, if word got out, wouldn't he be like a bandit? That would be a huge blow to his reputation. Thus, Li Zhongjiu directly brought his men and found a top-notch restaurant opposite the Gu family's courtyard. Everyone stayed there. This place was the property of the Gu family. Although it wasn't managed by the Gu family, the big boss behind it was the Gu family. Hence, it was considered a high-class restaurant in the core district. Manager, please arrange for all of us to stay here. If we can't accommodate all of us, please chase the other guests out. You can leave by yourself. Li Zhongjiu walked in and said nonchalantly. Before the manager could reply, he saw a group of fiendish people walk in with smirks on their faces, as if they were ready to explode at any moment. The manager, who had been scheming, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw so many people walk in. These people didn't seem easy to deal with, so he wanted to remind these arrogant people of where they were. However, one of his subordinates also came forward and whispered a few words in the manager's ear. The manager's expression changed immediately and he immediately served them with good wine and meat. Hee. Don't worry, there are plenty of rooms tonight. It won't be a problem for each of you to have a room. As a high-class restaurant in the core district, how could it be small? Hence, there were more than 100 rooms. Clear out the best room for our young master. A Yuan monarch elite working under Taifai said. This person had been at the forefront when dealing with Zhang Feng. He was also the most courageous and unafraid of death. At the same time, he was also very observant and knew what a young master like Li Zhongjiu wanted. Now, not only had he killed his way into the Sky Gold City, but he had also stayed in the inn opposite the Gu family. There was only one word to describe it: arrogance. This person was called Mao Jiang, and he was a ruthless person. Upon hearing Mao Jiang's words and seeing the unfriendly looks in everyone's eyes, the manager looked troubled. Sir, to tell you the truth, the top floor of our Golden Heaven Pavilion has been reserved by a young master of the Gu family for an extended period of time. We truly do not possess that authority. The shopkeeper said with a long face. Mao Jiang was excited when he heard that. What a guy! Who's so bold that he dares to snatch a room from our young master? Call him down. Immediately, the slap landed on the people brought by Li Zhongjiu. The dozen or so tables in the main hall of the inn were all filled. Li Zhongjiu sat in a private room. Qi Yanran, Wan Yulan, and Kuan Erishur sat with Li Zhongjiu. During the battle just now, Kuan Erishur had also challenged a few people. Of course, in the end, Kuan Erishur did not kill them. It was not that he did not want to kill them, but that they ran too fast. If Kuan Erishur rashly chased after them, the situation would not be certain. Where did this dog come from? Don't you know whose territory this is? barking and shouting here. Just as Mao Jiang was taking the lead to cause trouble, a handsome man came down from upstairs with a delicate woman in his arms. There were 2 burly guards in front of him leading the way. As a direct descendant of the Gu family, Gu Zhiyuan was ranked 13th among the direct descendant disciples. He was also known as the 13th young master. The Gu family was a large family with countless disciples. In order to make it easier to calculate, they directly used strength to determine seniority. The stronger one was, the higher one's ranking would be. As long as one was not over 30 years old, they would be ranked according to this method. The rooms on the top floor of the Sky Gold Pavilion were all reserved by the 13th young master, Gu Zhiyuan. In a place like the Sky Gold City, there was naturally no need for bodyguard. However, with his status, he would not have any underlings following him when he went out. How could this be? When Mao Jiang heard Gu Zhiyuan's words, a sinister smile appeared on his face. It was normal to be scolded in the underworld. However, the prerequisite was that one had sufficient strength. If one did not have enough strength, the consequences would be very tragic. Oh, this girl is not bad. Brother Mao, shall we go and get to know her? Another person who had a good relationship with Mao Jiang also stood up. All right. Let this blind thing see who's the real dog. There were more than 20 Yuan monarchs and 5 or 6 Yuan emperors sitting on his side. How could he be afraid? Even if he failed, there would definitely be others who would replace him. This brat would definitely be dead. You're courting death. Cripple the 2 of them. Throw them to the backyard to feed the dogs. With Gu Zhiyuan's command, the 2 burly men in front of him charged towards Mao Jiang and the other person. The 4 of them collided with each other and were forced to retreat. They were actually Yuan monarchs. The Gu family was indeed an ancient family. Even the 13th young master's bodyguards were Yuan monarchs. However, Mao Jiang and the other person did not cower. Instead, they revealed excited expressions. They had not had enough fun killing at Walnut Ridge just now. Again, the 4 of them fought fiercely. Who knew how many tables, chairs, and benches were smashed? The ground shook and many diners fled one after another. In the end, Mao Jiang and the other person's skills were a level higher and they directly defeated the other 2. Each of them stepped on the ground one by one. Brat, how many people do you have? Just call them over. Mao Jiang's clothes were torn to shreds. The strong muscles on his chest were exposed. At the same time, Mao Jiang looked at Gu Zhiyuan provocatively and used his gaze to tease the girl beside Gu Zhiyuan. Gu Zhiyuan sneered when he saw this. Immediately, Gu Zhiyuan's figure flashed like a ray of light and instantly appeared in front of Mao Jiang. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying amount of yuan qi condensed between his palms. Mao Jiang and the other person's eyes flashed with surprise. In the next moment, they collided with Gu Zhiyuan's palms and were sent flying. Bang! Bang! Gu Zhiyuan's strength had actually reached the level of a 7th-grade Yuan monarch. If Qi Yanran had not consumed the Sky Dragon elixir, she definitely would not have been able to compete with Gu Zhiyuan in terms of cultivation. Of course, the elixirs and resources that Gu Zhiyuan could consume were not on the same level as Qi Yanran. It was normal for the latter to have such strength. Furthermore, with the desolate heaven essence in hand, even if Qi Yanran was only a 1st-grade Yuan monarch, she would still be able to beat the person in front of her. 2 pieces of trash dare to be insolent in front of me? Trash, how many people do you have? Come at me together. Gu Zhiyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said arrogantly. However, he guessed that these 2 were just wanderers who didn't know the difference between life and death. After he finished speaking, Gu Zhiyuan turned around and extended his hand, preparing to receive the latter. In the end, he saw that his woman had a frightened expression in her eyes. Furthermore, she was pointing behind him. When Gu Zhiyuan turned around with a frown on his face, he saw that the 20 to 30 people who were eating and drinking in the inn had all stood up. Some of them had toothpicks in their mouths, while others had pig heads in their hands. Their gazes were extremely unfriendly. Sorry, we still have so many people. Cohen Erasher laughed loudly.